Hello, hello, everybody. How are you guys today? Sorry the starting soon screen went on a little longer than usual. Thank you for the daily cat treat, Ultradado. Hello, hello. Hello, Ultradado. Hello, Ledian, and hello, Potato. Welcome back, welcome back. How's everybody's weekend? I had a bit of an exhausting weekend, so I'm a little bit sleepy today. This might end up being... Oh, let me turn on the background music, hold on. This might end up being a little bit of a shorter stream because my arm has been very sore from all the drawing. Oh, thank you for the treat, Potato. Thank you, thank you. But today, we're going to be trying to finish off the meat grinder meme. I finished the walk cycle over the weekend, and now we're on to the rest of it, which I've decided I'm going to do in kind of a more simple style than I was originally planning. It's going to be kind of just like a PMV kind of style. Not fully animated, but it'll still be really fun. It'll still be a fun intro to the rest of the meme. Weekend was great, just not long enough. I feel that, Ledian. I totally feel you on that. Oh my gosh. Oh, thank you for the cat treat. Well, hopefully the rest of the week won't be too long and you can have another weekend. But in the meantime, we're gonna draw today. So I did the sketch last night. This is a very rough sketch of how I want Calum to be posed for one of these, but let me do my little warm-ups here. Just a whole lot of circles. I was trying to push through and finish this yesterday, but I ended up just sleeping for most of the day. I was so sleepy. So exhausted. But I'm feeling a little bit better today, so okay. I have a bunch of poses here where he's gonna be kind of like emoting. But I think I'm gonna refine this one first and I'll go through and kind of do the other ones. But I think it'll be a better kind of little warm-up to just refine this first. So I think first things first, I think his eye needs to be kind of repositioned here a little bit. Move it over and then kind of do that, because his head's at kind of an angle so his eyes wouldn't be quite that big. There we go, okay. Daytime naps are great, but I always wake up sweaty and kind of wasted afterwards. Same. 100% me too. Sometimes it's all you can do though. If I force myself to stay awake when I feel like I need to sleep, it usually results in me just being a zombie for the entire day. Okay. I'm on the fence about whether I want to import these into Toon Boom and kind of like puppet them around for these poses, or if I should just draw them all in Clip Studio. I'm leaning more toward that, honestly. Because I think that'll be quicker than breaking it up. Although his head is in a lot of very similar positions throughout most of this, so if I completely redraw it, that might take extra time. I don't know. We'll see after I'm done the sketches how different each pose ends up being. If they end up being like wildly different, then I'll probably just redraw them all in Clip Studio. He's like thinking here. Okay, let me read your message, Alfredato. I'm doing good since practical was chill this week. Strange since it's mostly getting yelled at. And I met 2 more people online. One of them is a femboy and he plays one of the games I love, and me and him are friends. Oh, that's awesome. Oh my gosh. And also I got a private psychologist. Oh hell yeah, congrats. That's fantastic. It's the 11th of August, and I'm soon going to the beach in Novigrad, and soon going to my first concert, but life is a bit hard. Saying it just to keep it safe, but not telling why here. That's totally fair, yeah. If it's way too personal, then yeah, it doesn't need to be shared here, but that's fantastic. It sounds like things are going really well. Even though things are difficult, it sounds like things are really improving for you. I'm so glad to hear that. That'll be fun, going to your first concert. I went to my first concert only about a year ago. And it was so much fun. I think you're gonna have a great time. That's really cool that you met some new friends online too. That's fantastic. That's always a good time. The hard stages are just to make the happy times exceptional. Exactly, Letty, and you're so correct. You are 100% right. And if you push through the hard times and you get through it, then you will have a little more confidence in yourself afterward. Because you'll know that no matter how difficult things were, you were able to get through it, and so you'll be able to get through hard times in the future too. Let's see. I have personally found that there is nothing so good for the self-confidence as surviving a crisis. One time before I moved out when I was first living with my parents, like right after high school, I accidentally flooded the basement while they were out of town for a couple of days. Had to completely deal with it myself, but afterward, I felt like a much more capable person because I cleaned it up without needing to call anybody, and it was 3 in the morning. Sometimes things being really difficult and scary is really good for you afterward. Maybe don't flood your basement, but you know. The concert is like a week before the psychologist. Nice, nice. It's coming up soon then, that'll be awesome. I'll look forward to hearing how the concert was. Can I ask what band is it for? Like who's the concert for? I feel like the 40 minutes that I spent on that first stream figuring out how to draw Caleb's hair was well spent. I feel like I've got it now. Did not take nearly as long this time. And also if it gets hard, I can talk with my friend since she takes care of me like I'm a child, but also like a friend. I mean, friends can take care of each other. In fact, I would encourage friends to take care of each other. I think it's really important to support each other. Doesn't necessarily mean that they're treating you like a child. I think if it's like mutual support, then that's fantastic. I know my friends and I we take care of each other, 100%. But that's great that you have a friend that you feel like you can talk to. That's awesome. How do I want this to be? Let's see. The band is Thompson, which is a pop rock, album-oriented rock. Oh, thank you for the headbats, Potato. Oh my gosh. Pop rock, album-oriented rock, folk rock, hard rock, heavy metal, progressive metal. Oh, cool. Hell yeah, sounds fun. Well, like I said, I bet you're gonna have a fantastic time. Oh, it's near the beaches? Cool. That'll be a blast. You're gonna have a great time. Concerts are such a fun experience. I've been to 2 now, and I cannot wait to go to more. I'm gonna be trying to get tickets to go to one that's in November, actually, and I am really looking forward to it. Gonna have to wake up early on Friday to get the tickets, though. They didn't sell out last time, so I'm not too worried, but I wanna be quick about it. I'd be devastated if I couldn't get them. Yeah, this is looking good. This looks like the same guy. Do you guys ever have the problem where, like, instead of like same face syndrome with your characters, you like you can't draw the same character twice? You're like, that cannot be the same guy. Just looks like a completely different character every time you draw them. Because oh boy, I definitely have that sometimes. More often with my friends' characters than with my own. You know, he broke records, 500,000 in one area. Damn, that's awesome. Well, hell yeah, sounds like it's gonna be a really cool experience then. That's very cool. That's your first concert that you're going to. Okay, he's gonna be like kind of inquisitive here. He's like thinking about it. Very cool, Ultradado. You're gonna have a great time. Let's see, okay. Eyebrow 1. I need to remind myself that he has freckles again, so I don't forget when I'm in the inking stage. It's like looking off into the distance, kinda. Yeah, I think I need to like pull that eye in a little bit more. I think his eye's kind of popping out a little bit too much. I'm not going alone since I'm going with my mechanic master there, and he's the one who yelled at me before, but he got very chill on me. Well, it's good that he's chilled out a little bit. That's good that you're not going alone as well. Definitely better to be safe for these kinds of events. I feel like his eye is still kind of... that could just be his eyelashes, I guess. Okay, I feel like that's looking better. I'm so bad at drawing the other eye. Like, in perspective. I feel like that's still wrong. Hold on, let me try just fully redoing this other eye. I'll erase it from the sketch below as well. Let's try again. Yeah, I feel like that's better. Okay. Is it too small compared to this one? No, it's about the same height. Yeah, I feel like that's fine. If it was in Zagreb, it would be I should sell a lot of fireworks. Damn. Well, I'll look forward to hearing how it was. So far, the 2 concerts that I've been to have been, one was for Set It Off, which is like, if you guys don't know that one, it's like kind of like a emo punk like alt kind of band. They're fucking awesome. I absolutely adore them. They're definitely my favorite band of all time. And then the other one was for, I don't know if any of you guys in the chat watched Game Grumps, but it was for Dan Avidan's band, Ninja Sex Party. Which is like a comedy band. And that one was so fun, it was so cool. I've been watching Game Grumps since I was 14, so seeing Dan in person was crazy. Also, I'm very glad you liked the Artfight attack. It was a lot of fun making Murad drag Naris through Whiterun. Glad I read through the lore a bit. I'm so, like, oh, dude, I loved that attack. It's currently my desktop wallpaper on my computer, and I smile every time I see it. Thank you so much again for drawing that, Letty, and it's so fun. I love seeing our characters. Murad is such a silly character. I absolutely adore her. Okay, that eyebrow needs fixing, but I'll fix it later. But yeah, thanks again. It's such a cool drawing. I intend to keep it as my wallpaper for a very long time. Let's see, okay. The rest of this doesn't need like too much refining other than I didn't draw his sleeve, so I'll add his sleeve in here. Oh, we also got some super exciting news over the weekend that I won't share because it's very personal to our lives, me and my partner. And our good friend Isaac. But we got some very exciting news over the weekend and I'm so stoked. Oh my gosh. Something very exciting might be happening in a few months. And I cannot wait. I'll update you guys on that situation when it happens. I'll probably be talking about it non-stop for like months afterward. Oh yeah, the femboy friend is in Thailand for the vacation. Nice, hell yeah, that's cool. I'd love to travel to more places if I could. Currently, I don't have a passport, nor do I have the money to travel, but when I do, ooh, I'm gonna be traveling. Teasing us like that, teehee. I mean, it's nothing like art related or anything, it's just like a cool life thing that we've been trying to do for a very long time. So I'm super excited about it. But yeah, I'll update you guys when it happens. I'll be super excited about it. For now, nothing's like 100% confirmed, but anyway, I'll stop being mysterious now. There we go, he's like thinking. He's thinking about stuff. He's like, damn, if I threw you into a meat grinder. For anyone who hasn't seen the meme, there's some dialogue at the beginning that's like, if I threw you into a meat grinder and the only thing that came out was your eyeball, you're probably dead. And that's what Caleb is saying here. He's like, wow, that'd be crazy. Okay, his shoulder pads. I didn't draw his other shoulder pad either, I don't think. Oh no, I did. Okay. Yeah, it can be pretty rough with this still. The dreams got a bit strange. One day it's a femboy, the second a full-blown tornado dream, and the third a full-on nightmare. I don't know if my brain is trying to make me traumatized or is my mind just messing with me. It's probably just your brain just like processing stuff. Normally, when I have nightmares or like weird dreams, it's because my brain's trying to process something particularly tough. Or when I have nightmares, it's just a spider dream. I have a lot of dreams where spiders are crawling on me. At least a couple of times a month, I'll dream about some spooters. So sometimes it's just your brain trying to freak you out, you know? Hate when my brain does the following one when I want to sleep. Oh, dude, that happens to me all the time. It's so frustrating, because then you're like way more awake and it's like, damn it, I was almost asleep, what the fuck? That happens to me particularly when I'm like taking naps in the daytime. Because I don't know why I do this, but whenever I take naps in the daytime, I sleep without my CPAP machine. Mostly because it's on the couch and I can't like... There's no spot for me to put it out in the living room. So I'm just like, I'll just doze for a bit, it'll just be a short nap. And then I sleep terribly, because of course I do. Because I'm not sleeping with the machine that makes me breathe. And then I wake up feeling even more sleepy. But usually after I recover from that, I do feel a little bit better after taking a nap, even if it wasn't very good. Usually I dream and be like, this is a dream now, and immediately forget everything but like the last 3 seconds of the dream. That's so fair. For some reason, I wouldn't quite call this lucid dreaming, but over the last couple years, I've gotten to the point where I can kind of like wake myself up if dreams are getting to be too scary. Cause I don't realize that I'm dreaming, and I can't like fully control it, but I can decide to kind of refuse to engage with what's going on in the dream, which is very funny. There'll be like a monster chasing me or something and I'm like, nah. I'm just gonna fly away now, watch me, and then I wake myself up. It's very funny. I think it's because I read a Tumblr post one time that was like, I'm gonna butcher this Tumblr post, but it was something to the effect of like, if you're ever getting attacked by like a werewolf or a monster, if you act quickly, you can change the genre of like what's going on. And apparently my subconscious brain took that to heart, and I now try to do that whenever I'm having a nightmare, is just like make it funny or something. It works surprisingly well. For me, I remember my dream, for I finished the dream to the end. I don't care if I can't wake up, I ain't quitting. Fair enough, fair enough. Let's see, there's his shirt color. And I did die in my dreams 3 times, got revived of a dream. Damn. Usually, my dreams are just like complete nonsense, unless they're spider dreams. Usually they're just complete like gibberish. Like, the example I always use to describe how my dreams are is that like, the one that I remember the most was, I was eating a bowl of mac and cheese with Pennywise the Clown from the movie It inside a house that looked like it was made in MS Paint. And that was the entire dream. That was the entire situation. Which supposedly your dreams are your brain processing like the events of your life, or like the events of the day. So I don't know what it was trying to process with that one, but that was an interesting one. Let's see, okay. Almost done this sketch. Just refine this hair a little bit more. Okay. There we go. Okay, that sketch is done. I'll merge this with the 3D layer, and then what's the next one? Let me pull up my like reference for like how the expressions go in this meme. Let me find it. So it's like, okay, so it's like, if I chopped you up into a meat grinder. Okay, so this is like basically the same as the previous pose. He's kind of like, I want to have him kind of looking up a little bit more, like he's being even more thoughtful about it. So let's turn this on. I think I probably am just gonna draw all of these in Clip Studio. But for now, we'll have him just be like, oh. Can be kind of more rough with this one because I don't need it to be. I can probably reuse most of the line art for the head for this one. Although maybe I won't, because it'll look more alive if I just completely redraw it than if I reuse the line art. Since there's not going to be any in-betweens for this one. So he's like opening his eyes a bit more because he's looking up. And he's like, It's maybe a bit much. Maybe we'll tone this down just a little bit. I need to get better at, like, sketching while I'm zoomed out. I feel like I zoom in too much and then I get too caught in the weeds and I don't notice how things look like in proportion. Let's try staying zoomed out for this one. I like the mannequins in Clip Studio, but it is a little hard for me to do difficult poses with them. That's so fair. They are definitely kind of unwieldy. It does take a while to get used to posing them. The way that I normally do it is I will use the mannequins, but also still have, like, some kind of pose reference open to, like, look at how someone else has, like, posed something, whether that's 3D or a photo or a drawing. Usually a drawing, because I find that if I use someone else's art as, like, a reference for the pose, but then I use the mannequins, it helps me keep, like, realistic proportions, but then exaggerate the pose a lot more than I might naturally. Because they definitely are kind of stiff. Like, you kind of have to— I'm not doing it as much here, but you kind of have to, like, exaggerate, like, the curves of stuff, like how I've kind of done, like— if you just draw fully just over it, then it can look a little stiff. And it's definitely all too easy to pose them very stiffly as well. Because they don't really bend. But I'm a huge fan of the 3D posing in Clip Studio. It saves my ass a lot of the time. He's gonna be kind of raising his eyebrows even higher, being like, "Aw." He's like, "Wow, if I threw you into a meat grinder, that'd be so crazy." I think I might include my character that interacts with Calum somewhere in this meme as well. I think Calum's gonna be talking to my character Silver, and Silver's gonna be looking at him like, "What the hell, dude?" Because the dialogue that's in this meme is very funny, and it is the kind of thing that Calum would just say, like, unrelated to anything they were just talking about. He's like, "Man, if I threw you into a meat grinder, you'd probably die." And Silver's like, "Yeah, but why did you say that to me?" He adores Calum so much, but he is a little bit scared of him, especially currently where they're at in their story. It's like a collaborative thing that Isaac and Reese and I are all writing together. And at the point that we're at right now, Silver is not the most fond of Calum. He's kind of baffled by him more than anything. They have a very funny dynamic. Oh, Calum, my beautiful boy, how I love you. Okay. Just remind myself that this doesn't need to be perfect. Are they D&D characters or OCs for your story? They're OCs now, but they're, like, I guess they are still D&D characters for the most part, because they're still in the, like, canon D&D world. They started out as Baldur's Gate 3 characters that we created for our group playthrough. Kind of tip his head back a little bit. Just be like, oh. And then we grew attached to them, like, so quickly that we were like, what if we just, like, wrote, like, a full, like, roleplay with the three of them? So we started along by... We started by following the events of Baldur's Gate. But then we got to the point where we were like, we kind of don't want to be restricted to just what happens in gameplay, and we want to write more of them without having to play the game. So we rewrote their planned story to not be dependent on Baldur's Gate. So they take place in the D&D world, but they're not from, like, a D&D game or anything at this point. we're just writing some text roleplay with them. Okay, his shoulder kind of goes up a little bit more. Yeah, it's fun. We're writing the story pretty slowly. Just because we don't always have time to like all sit down and like write responses for like multiple hours. But it's making progress and it's very fun. The way that they all interact together is so silly. There's Calum, who is Isaac's character, then there's Velok, who belongs to Reese, and then mine is Silver. They're all up on our Artfight if you guys want to take a look at any of their designs. There's links to Calum and Velok in Silver's profile. And they are such interesting guys. Making the characters and thinking about their stories is almost more fun than actually playing D&D and stuff. Oh, totally. You're gonna go look at them? Hell yeah. Let me know your thoughts on our guys. Yeah, oh man, making characters and coming up with their backstories is so much fun. I think the main reason we switched from them being Baldur's Gate characters to just roleplay characters was just because it was a little bit difficult to plan out their character arcs and how they were going to end up at the end of the story when beholden to, like, because it's a mostly blind playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 for both me and Reese. Neither of us I hadn't played it at all before, and Reese hadn't played past Act 2, so it was a bit tricky to kind of plan out how our characters would end up like emotionally at the end of the story. So we were just like, screw it, they're ours now. No more Mind Flayer business. It's our own unique story, but still in the world of D&D. Mainly because Calum's whole deal with his character kind of revolves around being a dark elf, like in the specific lore for D&D. His story doesn't really work outside of that context. I'm sure that you could translate it to something else, but the dark elf or like drow culture is very integral to Calum's story. So we're keeping it set in the world of D&D, but with our own fun little twists on it. I have to draw more of his hair now because it's peeking out more from behind his hand. There we go. Really exaggerate the curves of this wrist here. There we go. I gotta say, after a normal playthrough, most characters will be emotionally traumatized for life. Oh, definitely. Absolutely. I'm sure. We still haven't finished Baldur's Gate 3, actually. I would love to continue that playthrough at some point with Isaac and Reese, but we just haven't gotten around to it yet. We've been taking a break to do other stuff. But yeah, there was a lot of times in the playthrough when we'd have something kind of like a little bit planned for the roleplay, and then some kind of like random event or something that we couldn't predict would happen in the playthrough. And so we'd have to change like our plans for how the roleplay was going to go and everything. Which is very fun, don't get me wrong, but it's not what we wanted to do with these specific characters. I do really enjoy that element of like a little bit of randomness in roleplay situations, which is what I love about D&D. Is that you don't have full control over the outcome of any given situation. There's always the possibility of failure. which I absolutely adore, but it was not the right fit for these specific guys. Okay, so then he's like, if I threw you into a meat grinder. How does the dialogue go? Hold on. Okay, so he's like, I'll draw over the first face again to make sure that it doesn't get too warped throughout my sketches here. Yeah, I'm sure that they absolutely will be traumatized for life. Both their roleplay variants and the versions of them that are still in our Baldur's Gate campaign. Okay, how the hell do mouths work, actually? I need to remember how to draw a mouth that isn't, like, a smirk. I might have to look up a reference for this, hold on. Failing can be a lot more exciting than succeeding sometimes. Oh, 100%, yeah. In my very first D&D campaign that I played in, my character... I think I've talked about him before, but I swear to God my dice were cursed. He was extremely competent. Anytime we weren't in combat, I would roll like 19s and 20s. But then every single time we were in a fight, I could not land a hit to save my life. It was like, I swear to God, I landed like 4 hits throughout the entire campaign. And when I did, it was awesome because I was playing a rogue. So I'd get crazy bonuses. But, so we just built it into his character that he's canonically bad at combat. But yeah, definitely having failures that you can't control can make your story a lot more interesting, I think. That whole thing where, like, if you write your character to be, like, perfect and they never mess up, then it just makes them a lot less interesting. A lot less relatable, there's less to engage with because you're never, like, worried about them or anything like that. So definitely good. Even if you're not doing, like, random improv, then it's fun to write some failure into your story for your characters. Like, for example, with Silver, my guy that I'm going to be adding into this meme, the major defining moment in his character backstory is him, like, majorly fucking something up and being incredibly selfish when he believes that he's a very selfless person. He believes that he's a really good person, and he tries so hard to be a good person that he ends up really not being one. And I find that so interesting about him. He's such a hypocrite. And he's very sincere about it. He tries real hard. But when it comes down to it, he can't always come through the way that he thinks that he will. And I love that for him. Okay, I need to look up what a mouth looks like when it is open. No, not... Okay, that's not what I wanted, Google. Thank you for that, but... Let me see, okay. What? How do people draw mouths when they're open? Okay, okay. Pinterest, you're not great for some things, but you have come through for me right now. At least he tries, yeah, exactly. He tries in a way, though, where it's like, he'll kind of put himself on a soapbox a lot of the time and be like, no, we have to do the right thing, like, how could you do something so awful? Like, I know what's right and you all don't. And then when when the chips are down, he can't do it either. And I love him for that. My guy is such a hypocrite. And it's awful, and it makes him really bothersome to other people. But he continues to do it. Okay, where's like one that's at an angle that I need? This will work as a reference if I flip it. Okay, I think I found one that'll work for me here. Let me plop that down on my reference canvas. Okay, let's try this. So he's like, I threw you into MEATGRINDER. You're probably dead is the way that it's gonna go. I think this needs to be moved down a bit more, but you're probably dead. Yeah. He's like coming forward a bit too much on that one. I think I need to like move this so it's like you're probably dead. Yeah, okay, that's how I want it. But for this one, I'm like looking at the mouth that I already drew and I'm like, did I actually need a reference for this? I don't think I did. Like basically just a wider version of the mouth that I already have here. But it's gonna have, I think, teeth in it at the top because his mouth is like open more, so you're seeing his teeth. Like, should move his jaw down a little bit. Damn, Caleb, who gave you that jawline? Damn, dude. There we go. That's not really, actually, that's not looking how I want it. Hold on. Let me try kind of like tilting it up to the side a little bit more. So he's like, whoa. Maybe not the teeth. The teeth look a little bit awkward. Maybe no teeth. So he's like, no, this is not looking how I want it. Let's try, let me do his eyes, and then maybe I'll just like try and freehand the mouth without drawing over the one that I have below. I think that might be messing me up here. Where do I want him to be looking? So he goes like from this one to looking up. So it's like if I threw you into a MEATGRINDER and the only thing that comes out is your finger or your eyeball. Maybe he'll be looking like over here. He's like thinking about it. I once played a different system where characters have flaws that you have to play out, and my character had the combination of being super curious and being a blabbermouth. Ooh, that's fun. Wait, what system was that? That sounds like a blast. I love the idea of having character flaws be like baked into the gameplay. Like that would encourage a lot of really fun roleplay. There we go. So she just starts asking questions or blurting out secrets accidentally. Oh my gosh, what a fun character. I think it's Pathfinder Savage Worlds. Oh, I've heard about Pathfinder, okay. There used to be a show that I watched on YouTube. There still is, it's still going, but I haven't watched it in ages. that played like a very homebrew version of Pathfinder. It was called Thrilling Intent, I believe. So I've heard a little bit about Pathfinder. I don't know like how like homebrew it was though. Because I'm not familiar with Pathfinder as a system, so I couldn't tell you how much was actually like canon stuff versus how they just like modified it for their own story, but from what I've heard of it, it sounds interesting. I like the idea of that system. Okay, there we go. There we go. A little bit too pointy. Loose lips sink ships, the saying goes. The hero's mouth could drown an armada. The blabbermouth can't keep a secret very well. He reveals plans and gives away things best kept among friends, usually at the worst possible times. The so-called big mouth hindrance she had, it was so much fun to play into that. That's so fun, I love that idea. Oh my gosh. I absolutely love the idea of a system that bakes like character flaws into the gameplay. That's brilliant, honestly. So many fun roleplay opportunities. Because I love D&D 5e, but every time that I have played it, and like there's an argument to be made that it allows for more freedom this way too, but whenever I have played it, my character's gameplay and who they are as a person and like all the roleplay stuff has always been pretty separate. And that's fine, because I think it gives you a lot of wiggle room to kind of have different types of characters while playing like the same character build. But there's definitely like pros and cons to that kind of thing. I think having it have more of an effect on the gameplay would be really interesting. Okay, it is time for the first 10-minute break, so... Ugh, oh my gosh, I'm stretching. Okay, so I'm gonna run some ads, we can all go do some stretches, take a walk, get some snacks, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Alrighty, welcome back from the break. Hope you guys did your stretches, got some snacks, and you're all nice and comfy cozy. Gonna get some drink cold, of course. Good, good, good. Glad you're making the correct decision, Lydian. Hope you've got a nice tasty beverage. Pathfinder I feel like is a bit more character and roleplay friendly than D&D. Definitely, definitely. It 100% sounds like it from what I've heard of it and what you've told me. At least as far as like intertwining it with the gameplay. Because I think there definitely is an argument that could be made that D&D is more roleplay friendly because it doesn't force it into the gameplay. But it depends, I guess. If you want the gameplay to be completely separate from the roleplay, or if you want them to be kind of more dependent on each other. I like the idea of them kind of intertwining a bit more than they do in D&D, but I definitely want to try out some different roleplay or TTRPG-like systems at some point. Because so far, the only one that I've played is D&D 5e. But I think it would be fun to kind of expand my horizons a little bit with that. I mean, I'm gonna be relatively soon. Reese is gonna be running a campaign for the fucking Magnus Archives TTRPG, which is gonna be so fun. I'm so pumped for that one. We've been slowly expanding our friend circle lately, with some more people that live in our area. And little do they know it's all been a ploy to recruit more people to play Magnus Archives. Let's see, let's just do a very loose sketch of that and just kind of nudge it over a little bit. I feel like even when I'm like drawing multiple illustrations like freehand, if they're all like in sequence, I tend to kind of work the same way that I do with puppet stuff, where I'll like draw over the same thing and then kind of just manipulate that drawing rather than doing it again freehand. It probably makes my illustrations look a little bit more stiff, but like, I have fun with it, so who cares? Sounds super fun. Will you play in person then? Yeah, that's the hope, is that we'll be able to. Everyone that we've been hanging out with lately in person lives within like about an hour-and-a-half trip of us. Which for British Columbia, Canada is pretty damn good. This is a very big province that we live in. So finding people that can get to your house in under a couple of hours, it's pretty good. It's like close enough that people are still willing to make the trip to like hang out on a weekend, you know? Yeah, it'll be interesting. I've never played a campaign in person. The ones that I've played have all been online. So I'm really looking forward to it. It'll be a unique experience. Especially now that we're living in a place that's actually big enough to like have people over and like be able to host properly. Our last place was not. You could barely fit the table in the main room. But we had some people over for like a board game day the other day. And it was really good. We were able to put out the table in the living room, have snacks. It was awesome. Okay, what expression should he be making here? He's like, if I threw you into a meat grinder, and the only thing that came out was your eyeball, is what he's saying here. Still making the exact same mouth expression, perhaps. And the only thing that came out was your eyeball. Let me try something different. Hold on. Save me mouth references. Maybe I'll try this mouth shape, maybe? I played it in person once when we did a little vacation with the entire D&D group for some days. Great times. Oh, that sounds so fun. Oh my gosh. Honestly, going on vacation with your D&D group so you can just play D&D the entire time is a fantastic move. And the only thing that came out was your eyeball. Nope, that does not look right. That doesn't look right at all. What streaming art has revealed to me over the last few weeks is that there's a lot of stuff that I've kind of, my art skill has kind of like degraded on some things over the last few years. And so there's a lot of stuff that I need to do like studies for to get my skill back up to where I want it to be. So maybe that's something that I'll end up streaming after Artfight, is just doing some art studies. I feel like that could be fun. Mouths and like facial expressions is absolutely one of the main things that I need to work on. I've been really like struggling with facial expressions lately, and I don't know why. Because they used to be like one of the main things that I was good at drawing. I don't know what happened, because I feel like I still do, here, I can scoot this over now, I don't need his reference up on screen. I feel like we have seen you in person in the last couple months. Oh, thank you! Yeah, I feel like that's a bit better. This will be satisfactory for what I'm after for this expression. I feel like streaming art has already been very good for me because that's not like the world's best mouth, but that's fine. Because it kind of forces me to, along with just like being more productive, it's like if I'm getting frustrated with what I'm working on, and sometimes taking a break and like coming back to it later is definitely the answer. But I feel like for me, I throw in the towel a little too easily sometimes, so I feel like it's been good to have a reason that I kind of can't do that, because it's like, well, I'm live right now, I can't just be like, never mind, I'm not working on this anymore, like, bye, when I'm supposed to be streaming for like 6 hours, you know? If I'm on hour 1, then I'm not just gonna like, quit the second I get frustrated with something. So it's been kind of forcing me to just be like, well, let's just keep working on it till it looks good. And it's been really good for me, I think. Not meaning it was bad to begin with. No, don't worry, I didn't take it like that. I didn't take it at all. like that at all. Thank you, though, that's good to hear. There's definitely... I'm trying to figure out what I want to stream exactly after Artfight is done, because I have a few different ideas. But I am limiting myself to 2 days a week because I want to spend the rest of my time working on, Fantasy Pirate show that I'm working on with Reese. And we've decided that we want to keep that a secret up until the reveal trailer. So I can't stream the work process for that. Eventually I really want to, but at the moment it's still a secret. So I'm trying to figure out what I want to do, and I think what I want to do is probably keep making, like, short animations or animation memes or, like, short PMVs or something for my YouTube channel, with either my characters or my friends' characters, similar to what I'm doing for Artfight, but just probably at a bit of a slower pace, and I think it'd be fun to really try and, like, push myself as far as the animation goes. Because a lot of the time when I make animation memes, I do them kind of quickly, and I don't... Not to say that I don't put effort in, but I'm not, like, overly stressed with making sure that everything looks, like, perfect. And that's great, but I think it'd also be fun to try some more challenging stuff. Because if I'm streaming it, then all the time that I spend working on it doesn't feel so much like it's just wasted time. Because I'm still doing something, like, that feels, like, very in-the-moment productive. Do you know, like, does that make sense? If I'm working on something kind of in my own time and it's off-screen, then it sort of feels like that time is just being lost to the void. Even though I know it's important to, like, put a lot of time into work and stuff, but, like, no one is seeing it, so it feels like it doesn't exist to me. Probably not, like, the world's healthiest mindset, but... I'm working on it. But yeah, so like I feel like I have a bit more liberty if I'm streaming the entire process to just like really take my time with stuff. And so I think it could be really fun to make some like short animations, but like put my entire ass into them while streaming it. That's what I'm leaning towards at the moment anyway. I have some other ideas that could be fun to do like long term, but I don't know. We'll have to see. The cool thing is that I can do whatever kind of art project I want because it's all still art related, so it's all still relevant to what I've said that I'm going to be streaming. So I can just have fun with it. It's awesome. Okay, there's the next one. So the next bit is like at kind of a wildly different angle. So I think I'm probably going to freehand this one. Let me make a duplicate of this first frame and scoot this over so I have a reference right here of what his head looks like. Still not familiar with drawing Calum, so still need to... I can't draw him off the top of my head. Sounds like great goals to me. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, I think it'll be really fun. I've got some ideas. I really want to animate more of my character Terra, who's also up on my Artfight. He's my, like, my canon Dragonborn character from Skyrim. I am obsessed with him. I love him so much. And I would love to animate some more stuff with him. I have some really silly ideas with him. But also maybe could do some warrior cat stuff? I don't know. You know what I'd love to get back into, actually? Okay, does this look like he's at an angle, or does this look like a completely different man? That's the question. That's the struggle. But you know what I'd love to get back into is, like, warrior cat multi-animator projects. I haven't participated in one of those in years. And if there's any that are open after Artfight, I just might snag a part in some of them. Because that would be so, so fun. It's also a great way to connect with other animators too, similar to Artfight. As much as I don't particularly enjoy participating in most group projects, at least with strangers. There's like 2 people that I trust to work on group projects with at this point. But it is fun to collab on stuff with other people as well. So maybe I'll do some of those too, but same deal, like short animations that I'll be putting my whole ass into. Because I had a lot of fun setting up the rig for Calum's walk cycle and then animating it, which you guys will get to see. Hopefully this evening is when I'll be posting this one. If I can get all of these done today on stream, this like sequence, then I should be able to post the entire thing later. I had a lot of fun doing that one and like really going the extra mile to set up the rigging for that one. And I'd love to kind of challenge myself when it comes to like rigged animation and like maybe some frame by frame stuff. Because, and I can't say too much because we're keeping the animation style of Pirates a secret as well, because it's going to be really something special. But for Pirates, the pirate project that we're doing, I'm gonna need to really combine every single animation technique I've ever learned and just meld all of it together to make Pirates work, because it is 7 seasons of fully animated stuff. And the animation techniques that I'm going to be using are very... just like a blending of different stuff. So maybe what I'll start doing is I'll do little like mini animation projects for like memes and stuff, but secretly it'll be me practicing for pirates. I'll pick little mini projects that are all stuff that's relevant to how I'm gonna be animating pirates, and you guys will never know. Yeah, 7 seasons. Yep. 7 seasons is the current plan. About 10 episodes per season, all 22 minutes. And all animated single-handedly. Character animation anyway. Like I've said, my partner is going to be doing the effects animation and all the compositing and stuff like that, but for pure character animation, that is going to be me. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. It's also gonna be the most difficult thing I've ever done in my entire life. And I can't wait. That's gonna be open here. He's like, ha ha ha. Does Caleb have pointy teeth? I'm gonna give him some slight pointy teeth. I don't know if he does, but that's just a little treat for me that I'm adding. I need to extend his jaw down a bit further. But yeah, it's gonna be so fun. I'm so excited. There's some different like programs and stuff that I've found that are gonna be so helpful, and then I'm gonna combine that with everything I've ever learned as far as animation goes. Gonna look forward to that. Me too. We're gonna be getting back into like pre-production as soon as Artfight is done. So that's why I'm only streaming twice a week. Until Pirates is ready to be shown to the world, and then I'll be streaming like fucking like 6 days a week. Basically the plan is like, when we're planning each episode, we'll be breaking it down into each like shot, and then we'll go through and we'll pick out shots that are essentially spoiler-free without the audio, and then those will be the ones that I'll stream the work process of. Because that'll let me kind of multitask. It'll let people stay super engaged with like how long each episode is taking, and be able to see the process like happening in real time, which I think will be really interesting for people. And it'll be fun, which is the most important thing. Okay, so he's like pushing his hair up here. How the fuck do I do that? Just kind of like have it poking out through his fingers, kind of, and then like this, sort of. Kind of overlapping. This would be coming kind of like this. Yeah, oh, I'm so excited. I've been working toward the first animation test for Pirates for 2 years now. And the reason for that is just trying to figure out the best way to do things, because I didn't want to just like, cause if we animated it like traditionally, even with like puppet animation, for one thing, puppet rigs, unless they were insanely complicated, wouldn't really give us the freedom to do the kind of shots that we're planning, because it's kind of like, it's like an action adventure show. So there's gonna be a lot of really crazy camera angles and like fight scenes and stuff like that. And that's difficult to do and make it look dynamic with 2D rigs. So if we did just that, or just frame by frame, then it would never get done, because if it was done like in a traditional kind of style for those things, because it would take way too long and it just wouldn't happen. So I'm kind of just Frankensteining together every type of animation that I know how to do in the most efficient way possible, while still having it look really pretty and like still looking like polished and like finished. Because it's never gonna look perfect, but what I don't want for Pirates is for it to look like amateur. I want it to be professional caliber animation. Just like stylized in a way that is efficient enough to be able to actually like conceivably finish the series. So once the actual animation test is done and I know how I'm gonna do it, the rest of it is gonna go like wicked fast. But it's been a lot of trial and error and trying a bunch of things that have ended up not working, but it's all been like really valuable experience. Oop, hold on. Sorry to take another break so soon, but I'm gonna have to be right back. I'm gonna tab over to the BRB screen for just a second. Shouldn't be a full 10 minutes. Sorry about this, guys. Sometimes unexpected stuff comes up. Hold on. I'll be right back. Sorry for the random break, y'all. The unfortunate part of doing things live is that sometimes random stuff comes up in the middle of it. But thank you for your patience. Oh, hello, Jack. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing today? I've arrived. Where is Cute Cat? I am right here. How are you today? How was your weekend? So glad that you've arrived. We're drawing some more Calum today. These ones aren't going to be animated, just a sequence of illustrations. I'm good. Have you seen my boy Jamie? Is there new art of Jamie? I saw the ref sheet that you linked last time. But if there's been more art, I unfortunately have not seen it. I would love to, though. There is? Okay. Well, let me go see then. I would love to see more of Jamie. Let me see, let me see. A spooky art. Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on, hold on. Where are you? Oh, I'm following too many people on Artfight. There's just so many cool artists. I need to see them all. I would love the link, thank you. I'm following too many people. Ooh, thank you. Okay, let me take a look. Ooh, spooky art. Oh my goodness. Is that, okay, is that like a ghost design or like an alternate universe design, or is that, I see it says Jamie Dodger's soul, is that his like, how he looks internally? I need the lore. Okay, let's see, so, that's his soul? Okay, cool, cool, cool. You want the lore? I'd love the lore. If you want to share the lore, I would love to hear it. Okay, shoulder pad. Okay, let me split the lore keg open and dump it on you 1 sec. Please do, please do. Okay, there's shoulder pad number 1. There we go. There. And shoulder pad number 2 is at a completely different angle, so... just kind of freehand it here. Okay. There we go. And then his shirt color. Here's the belt. Okay. Maybe like more like that. Jamie's a happy, kind person, but he's gone through so much in his lives, and yes, lives. Like lives plural? Okay, okay. You've got me intrigued immediately. Okay, there we go. Okay, I don't think I need this one to be visible anymore, so... His eyes are gonna be closed, I think, for this one. There we go. That eye's too small now. Okay, how's this? You're probably... I think that looks... I feel like his eyes are too close together. Hold on. Do like an extra line here to kind of indicate that his head is more tipped up. There we go. Jamie canonically started his life as a rabbit in the medieval era called Danny, who loved adventure but was shy and afraid of wolves. Ooh, okay. So he's been reincarnated a few times then, I'm assuming? That's fun, I like that. Okay, I feel like something's a little weird about his face. I feel like it's too high up, maybe? That's a bit better. Yeah, I feel like that's a little better. Let me maybe make his ear a little longer. There we go. Okay, let's tackle the hand now. Have this finger kind of going behind the hair there. How Jamie's first life ended was on an adventure where he was cornered by an infamous gang of wolves that ripped him open and gutted him. Oh gosh. Leaving his corpse to rot against a tree, hence why Jamie's soul has a hole in his stomach and chest. Oh my gosh. Poor Jamie, oh my lord. Poor guy. It's very fun though, I love some good gore. It's very fun. Maybe I'll have like this piece of hair kind of like popping out like this. And this one can be more like in front, like so. kind of make his hair look a little bit messy. Oh yeah, Foxwolf, that's right. Very cool. Okay. I think that's pretty solid for this sketch, so we're gonna merge that down and hide this one. And then for this one, he's like, "You're probably dead." So I'm actually, here, let me turn this back on, because I'll try and freehand this one also. Because he's facing, like, more to the front in this one. Let me just save. Life 2. Years later, he returned as a mean fox named Ginger, who always had a gun on him and despised wolves. I wonder why. I feel like that's reasonable, based on how his first life ended. This must have been many years later then if we went from the medieval era to guns being a thing. That's fun. Must have been quite a... Does he remember his past lives, or... Because if he does, that must have been quite the culture shock. Going from medieval times to more modern. And have his ears kind of down a little bit. He doesn't, he remembers the deaths. Okay, yeah. Understandable then. Must have been a pretty difficult time adjusting for him. I think I'm gonna need to actually bring his jaw down like a fair bit more because his mouth's gonna be open. So like raw, and he's gonna have some teeth and he's kind of like sneering a little bit. Okay, I'll adjust this in a second, but... I'm gonna avoid doing the eyes for a second because I don't want to. Now let's kind of block out how I'm gonna do the hands because I want these to be kind of more exaggerated, so it's like... Whoop. Kind of curve those a bit more and then kind of... This one's mostly off screen, but... how his second life ended was in a harsh winter when trying to hunt down the gang of wolves that killed him before, only for his body to shut down and be found a week later in a forest, frozen to death. Hence why his soul has more cold and icy colors. Okay, okay. So he kind of like accrues more damage, more deaths that he has. That's interesting. I like that. That's some very fun lore. Yeah, showing what he's gone through. Yeah, yeah. That's fun. I like that. I'm a big fan of like permanent consequences in character designs. There is nothing that I love more than making my character go through something and then changing their design a little bit. Like shoulder strap coming down. It's a bit too straight. That looks like it's not curving over his body. There we go. There we go. Life 3, he was brought back this time in the late 1970s as a husky named Jonah. Okay, okay. I feel like, okay, this should actually probably be going down a bit more. Because he shows his collarbone. So it's more like this. There we go. Okay, let's ignore the hands for now. Time for the eyes. So his eyes are gonna be kind of... Let me just actually block in kind of where they're gonna be. I feel like doing this helps me kind of position the eyes and remind myself that eyeballs are circular. There we go. His eyes are gonna be kind of wide here because he's a little bit... He's like excited. He's like... Okay, that's a bit crazed. What's the expression that I want for him here? Okay, more like... Okay, I'm looking at some references here. Not like that. Not like... The eyes are definitely too high up now. Hold on. Okay, let's try... Might end up completely redrawing these. After a good few years and getting more adjusted, he found life had become much less scary and he was able to relax and started drinking in this life and got a girlfriend. But he soon broke up with her, finding her crazy. Oh no. Maybe I'll like make his irises a little bit smaller, but still have them be touching the upper eyelid. Maybe. And have his eyebrows coming down like that. Yeah, that's kind of more the look that I want, although his lower eyelid is not. I might end up redrawing this eye, but we'll keep it for now. Whoops, that's the wrong pen. There we go. Okay. Okay. His mouth is open is what I need to keep in mind, but I feel like... How does this eye look compared to the other ones? No, it's basically the same. Okay, the only thing is, like, this bit's coming out more. Let's curve that in. Okay. Now the big challenge, the other eye. Do you want his eyebrows to be not perfectly symmetrical? Because he's... want him to have a little bit of a slightly crazed expression here. How Life 3 ended is one night of getting wasted and walking home. His crazy ex would pounce on him, chopping off his arms and beheaded him with an axe. Oh my god. Hence why Jamie still has no neck or arms. Damn, dude, Jamie's really been through it. You were not kidding when you said he'd been through a lot. Oh my gosh. I'm hoping that maybe in life 4 he gets some peace. Because good golly, he has been through so much. Maybe this eye will be like a little bit more open. Make his expression like... I want it to be like a little bit unsettling. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. That's kind of what I want. Okay. Do like a little like under eye crinkle here. I need to redo that mouth and make it a lot less messy soon, but first, let's do the hair. It's a little bit longer than I drew his hair before, so let's kind of squish this up. Life 4, it's 2000, and this time he was a ferret named Kyle. He became very popular in this life, becoming a famous surfer, and became loved worldwide and never drank again. I wonder why. Good for him, good for him. Definitely the right call, I think. Okay. Let's turn down the opacity on this sketch and kind of refine it a little bit more. Can hide that one now. I can get rid of that. Okay. I'll refine it first and then I'll do the hands. So first thing that we need to tackle is this mouth. Oh, it is time for another 10-minute break. I know I just took another short little break, but I do want to try and keep them on the hour mark so that the ads don't interrupt other times. So I'll read some more of your lore in just a minute, Jack, but I'm gonna have to run some ads. We'll take another 10-minute break. We can all go do some stretches, get some snacks, and we'll be back soon. Alrighty, welcome back from the break. Yeah, we're back. Alrighty, hope you guys did your stretches, especially everyone who's drawing right now. And you're all nice and comfy cozy and ready for the next hour. Let's go. Please do continue the lore, Jack. I'd love to see some more of it. One day trying to do a signature move on one of the biggest waves he encountered, but he was dragged under as a trap caught his leg and dragged him down to the bottom. Oh no! Oh no, Jamie. Poor guy. Oh my goodness. At least he died doing what he loved, you know? Okay, there we go. Let's give him a little tooth. Just as a treat for me, little pointy teeth. Just a little bit. If Caleb doesn't canonically have pointy teeth, then in my heart, these are just really exaggerated canine teeth. I just think that pointed teeth are such a fun character trait to give to hot guys, you know? Okay. Gonna try and be pretty quick about refining this one. As he fell unconscious, his eyes jolted open, he was stuck underwater, lungs filled with water as he drowned over and over for years on end. All I could think was, why won't I die? Oh no! Oh my god! Jamie, my dude, I'm so sorry. That is an absolutely awful fate. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna kinda break his hair up a little bit more in this one because he just ruffled it, so it's still kinda messy a little bit, you know? Just a little. There we go. Oh my goodness, cheese in my face. Oh my goodness, Ledian. Why the cheese? Why must you slap me with the cheese? There we go. You know what, it's only hour 2, but my shoulder is honestly not feeling too bad today. Maybe I won't have to call it off too early. I was a little bit worried, because yesterday I couldn't even really use my computer. But seems a day of rest has done my arm some good. That's exciting. I don't know, it's been a while. Fair enough, fair enough. Can't go too long without some cheese. After 15 years slowly decaying, he was able to rip his leg off and swim back to the surface. Oh my god. He was finally free, and his final breath of air, he collapsed and finally died in peace. Damn, he escaped after 15 years only to then immediately die? That's so sad. Oh, Jamie. This poor guy. was not expecting his lore to be so tragic, oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. It's very depressing, damn, yeah, truly, oh my gosh. Like, listen, I've got my characters with their fair share of trauma as well, but good lordy. There we go. Caleb, you're almost done. Then we can do the inking and everything. And I think there's like one more section that I have to draw something for, but usually in these memes it's like kind of more of a doodle kind of style. There'll probably be about maybe 2 more Caleb illustrations, but they'll be a little bit more simple, probably just some line art. So I'll do those after I finish this like set, I think. There we go. Clean up that hair, okay. Life 5 current, okay, his final one, alright. The year was 2020, he woke up in a meadow at dusk. As he stood and looked around, he was confused. This life wasn't like the rest. He wasn't born, didn't have a childhood or grew up. It was like he was given a final chance and brought back down, but now as Jamie Dodger. As he looked over a cliffside, he thought about all he's gone through, all the pain and agony. Oh god. Jamie, it's okay, my guy. You can keep going. Oh my goodness. This poor character. Oh my gosh. His hand. Okay. I'm getting even more confident that I'll be able to actually finish this one tonight. I thought some of my character stories like Dust are sad, but poor Jamie, yeah, truly, oh my goodness. Like, my characters have definitely gone through their fair share of hardships as well, but oh my gosh. Where is that belt buckle? There it is. There we go. That'll do for the sketch. There we go. Okay. As long as I can have, I think, all of the artwork done by about 5, I should be able to finish this and post this later, because I did just recall I'm going over for like a family dinner later. So as long as we don't get home super late, I might be able to get home and then speed through the editing and then post this either tonight or probably tomorrow morning is when I'll post this, but I think I'll be able to finish this tonight. He stared down at the city below and sighed, making sure this one will be the best. So we walked down. After 25 years, he's where he is now. Happy, has a home, friend, the life he enjoys, one where he doesn't need to be afraid or stay in hiding. He gets to enjoy all he missed out on. Oh, yay! And now he just looks at his past and appreciates all he's gone through, because now he has his perfect life. Oh, that's wonderful. I'm so glad he gets a happy ending. Oh my gosh. Poor guy definitely deserves it. Well, thanks for telling me all the lore, Jack. I really appreciate it. That's a very fun character. I'm so glad to hear that he gets his happy ending. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'll have to reposition this hand in a minute to kind of connect it to where I've drawn the wrist, but that's okay. There we go. Fun. I don't think Jamie would say it was all fun. God, I hope he doesn't. Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely, but from a writing perspective, I think the way that you've written him getting, like, reincarnated every time is very interesting. Maybe interesting is the better word than fun. Hold on, where's his wrist? It's like here. So just adjust that a little bit. Okay. Oh, thank you for the head pats, Ultradado. So it's late again. I'm going to sleep because I have practical at 8 AM till 2 PM this week, but it was nice watching you and see you soon. Yeah, no worries. It was good chatting again, Ultradado. Hope you have a good sleep and you have a good rest of your week if I don't see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Oop, hold on. So sorry, y'all. I am once again gonna have to take a really quick little break. So many things popping up today. Oh my gosh. Okay, one moment. I'll be back in about 5 minutes. Sorry about this. I appreciate y'all's patience. I'll be right back. Alrighty, I've returned. So sorry about that, guys. Thanks for being patient. Let me catch up on the chat. Just realized I've never written down his lore. Oh, damn, really? I kind of assumed that you were copy and pasting it from a different document or something. Also, hello, Antlion. Welcome to the chat. How are you doing? How was your weekend? Jamie doesn't age. He still looks the same. He didn't get to grow up in his final life, so he's been like 22 for I don't know how many years. That's fair. That's fair. God, I wish I wouldn't age. Same, Lydian. Me too, dude. Oh my gosh. I don't mind getting older, but the thing that I do mind about it is my joints and muscles progressively getting worse. I'm working on it though. By the time I'm 30, I'm gonna be the healthiest person y'all have ever seen. Just you wait. Not this lore isn't even covering the god arc or saga of this or whatever you'd call it. Ooh. Intriguing. Yeah, definitely good to keep it all written down in one spot for the sake of keeping everything cohesive. I have a lot of characters like that where I have just never written down their story. And then over the years I'll like forget certain parts of it, or like end up rewriting a bunch of it. That is a whole another story that hasn't really had set in stone details. Totally fair, totally fair. Sometimes you have characters that evolve for a really long time. There's some characters that I've had that, the details of their story, continues to change for a very long time. I feel like it's good to do multiple drafts of any kind of story, even if it's just for a character. I feel like you get the best results that way. My favorite OC that I have, not to pick a favorite child, but my personal favorite OC that has like the most development. The details of his story have changed so many times, and it's almost unrecognizable from where he started. Like, the only thing that's really consistent is like some of the most broad strokes imaginable for his story, and then a couple of the related characters. But other than that, it's entirely different. He's basically evolved into an entirely different guy. But that's how you get the most out of it. You gotta do multiple drafts of your stories. I have too many OCs with no lore that I just made for fun or forgot about. Dude, same. A lot of mine came from the days when I used to do a lot of roleplay online with just like strangers on forums and stuff. So I'd make a character for that and then keep the character for a while, but end up not really using them a ton. So I had a lot of characters that were either like really similar or just never ended up getting used. I think I'm done with this sketch. Oh, I need his other eyebrow. Hold on. Almost done with this sketch. But nowadays, I have a handful of, I have just a handful of characters that I really, really care about. And I've developed, like, the majority of their stories. Although for some of them, it has taken years. Like, the ones that are on my Artfight are almost all of my characters that are, like, fleshed out. There's a couple that aren't there, but those are my main guys. And you have 96 OCs? Oh my gosh. So many fictional guys to play with. That's so fun. That's so cool. But yeah, the ones, almost all of mine are on my Artfight. The ones that I still use anyway. Except for a couple that are secrets because they're part of pirates. So they haven't been revealed yet, but the other ones, like Tiny Step, one of my warrior cat characters is on there. And I've had her since I was 11, I think. She started out as a roleplay character, and then I've evolved her over time, and I love her so, so dearly. Yeah, she's taken over a decade to fully develop. Sometimes you gotta kind of put an idea down for a bit and then come back to it. I have a doc that I just add more and more characters to. Fully valid. Fully valid. Okay, I think it's time to start doing the line art, although his head is looking pretty ginormous here. I think I need to make this forearm bigger to make it look like it's more in perspective, because this is pretty small. Let's see, let's try like this. Why do their heads always look ginormous? I'm drawing these on top of like properly proportioned models. You would think that that should be an impossible mistake to make, and yet impressive number, very impressive, yeah. Just add their name in very basic details, like Susie Squirrel Chocolate Addict. That's one of my OCs. Nice, nice. That's fun. It's definitely good to keep a document of different ideas and stuff, and then if you want to, you can come back to it later and flesh them out more. It's definitely a good way of doing it. Caleb, why does your head look so big? It doesn't look that big here. I think it's just because his head is kind of forward a little bit in that one. So, it's fine. Okay, time to begin the inking. Let's go. Here, I'm gonna make a folder for each of these. And just... Okay, that's the reference one. I don't need that one anymore. I think I am going to fully redraw each of these because when it moves, it'll make it look a lot more alive. So, as much as I would love to save time by copy pasting, I'm not going to do that. Okay, 4, drop that in there, and then it was 5, okay. Alright, 5 illustrations in a couple hours. Let's go. How thick do I want this line art? Not that thick. Probably like... yeah. The style will be a little bit different than in the walk cycle, just because I'm using a different, like, brush engine. And when I'm animating, I don't really use line weight, but I will for these. I got like 7, and mostly because they were D&D characters. Hell yeah. D&D is such a good medium for coming up with guys. So fun. Do you, Letty, and let me ask you, do you take the approach of you make the character personality and backstory first and then pick like a class for them? Or do you start by picking a class that you think would be fun to play and then building around that? Because I usually, when I make my guys, I like to start by using like a character builder and picking a class and everything first, like a class and a subclass. And then kind of try and put like a twist on like what kind of character that would be. Is normally how I do mine. Good question. That's fair, that's fair. I usually, like, I have kind of a hard time just coming up with a character concept, like, out of thin air. Usually, I like to know kind of what type of story they're going into, or, like, what the setting is gonna be, or, like, something like that. because I like to try and make a character that is going to be, if it's like a collaborative thing for like D&D or like a roleplay or something, I like to try and make a character that their like themes with their story and everything kind of tie into like what the main story is going to be. Which is why I have, in theory, they're not very well developed, but in theory I have a fuckload of like Skyrim OCs. Because I like to make ones that would be interesting for interacting with different quest lines in the game and stuff like that. I just like having something to work off of. I kind of struggle to just make them out of nowhere. But then I know some people, like my friend Isaac, who just come up with characters left and right and have a really easy time kind of just doing that. And I find that very impressive and very cool. I always like hearing about other people's like concepts, their process for coming up with concepts. I think I have a concept of what I want the character to be like first, and then I build a class/multi-class around that, but it intertwines a lot. I can't say I always do the same approach. Totally fair. Yeah, that's definitely a good way of doing it. Let's see, okay. It is interesting too, because my initial concept for my main, like, character that used to be a D&D character, my favorite OC, my favorite little guy, ended up being, like, not at all what he turned out like when I was actually playing him. He was originally intended to be a lot more, like, flamboyant and, like, kind of flirty with people, and, like, a lot more playful. But when I played him, he was not that at all. And I love him for it. He's still a very, like, silly character, but, like, not by his own intent. The first thing I pick is usually race and where they're coming from, like home and family and how they would get caught in an adventure. Yeah, that's definitely a really good starting point. I think that makes sense to start from there. I think one of my favorite character concepts that I came up with for D&D that I have yet to be able to play is, like a Pegasus Centaur character who their family owns like a ranch for like magical horses. And they got caught in, or they theoretically would get caught in the adventure because they're just at the big city to sell one of the horses at like a fair or something. I love them so much, and I hope I get to play them at some point. Reese was going to help me like kind of homebrew the centaur race for them so that I'd be able to fly, but in like a very limited kind of way. And I think the in-universe explanation for that was that they broke their wing during the inciting incident. Ugh, they were a fun character. I hope I get to play them one day. I love homebrew, but yeah, it needs to be enjoyed moderately. Oh yeah. You have to take a lot of care to make sure that things are balanced when you're homebrewing stuff. It's my favorite way of doing D&D too, just because I feel like homebrewing stuff lets you get a lot more creative with the kind of stories that you're gonna tell. But yeah, it does you do need to kind of take care to balance things. Which thankfully Reese as a DM is very good at. During our first campaign, they've told me in retrospect, now that it's been like a few years since we finished it, that there were definitely times when like mid-boss fight they would realize they had made something really unbalanced, so they would just like really quickly like adjust the boss's health or something. Just like behind the scenes without letting us know, because they'd be like, whoops, this is way too difficult or not difficult enough to be like fun. So they would just like on the fly behind the curtain just adjust things. Or like shuffle encounters around without us realizing, which I think is a good way to do it. Because it felt seamless at the time. None of us ever noticed that anything was being shuffled around. I think that's something that I would have a hard time with as a DM. I have yet to DM a campaign because I feel like I kind of struggle with improvising. At least when it comes to like on that big of a scale. I can do it as my character, but very good DM quality. Oh yeah. Absolutely. They were very good at like rolling with just whatever we did in the campaign. It was very good. I put a lot of thought into like if I were to DM a campaign, like what kind of thing I would do for it. And I have like fun concepts, but they're not like fleshed out enough, I don't think. It's gonna need a little longer to cook in my brain if I ever decide that I want to try and DM a campaign. Cleaned up my lore doc. Nice, nice. It's definitely a good thing to have on hand. I think I only have an actual, like, fully written out document for one of my characters. But I should make an effort to... I have stuff for, like, Terra written down in a couple different places. Now I'm harassing my buddies with my lore. Hell yeah. That's always fun. Yeah, I should write down stuff for, like, Tiny Step and everything. Although most of hers is now in her Artfight profile, so... most of my lore for Tiny Step is on her page. Yeah. I think definitely outside of like Skyrim characters, I've had like so many Warrior Cat OCs over the years. Back when I used to post animations on Scratch, I had a ton, and then I don't know if any of you guys ever played it, but I used to roleplay a lot on Feral Heart, this like 3D chat room. And oh my god, I joined so many roleplays on there and I had so many characters. A lot of them have just been lost to time, but I remember a couple of them. But a lot of them ended up using concepts that I would like recycle into other characters later, so I don't really have any purpose for their stories at this point. Most of them. But oh, it was so fun. About character creation, my bard rogue was made with the idea of an unseen, untraceable assassin, so I made a changeling that can kill without as much as leaving a mark on the body. She purely uses psychic damage. Ooh, that's such a fun character concept. Oh my gosh. I adore that concept, Letty, and that's so cool. God, yeah, I think a lot of characters just get lost in time. Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially for a lot of them. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, potato. Oh my goodness. Let me take a sippy. Especially for a lot of characters. I don't know if you guys had like similar experiences, but I would make a lot of characters for roleplays, and then when the roleplay would inevitably like kind of fizzle out because people would get busy or whatever, I would just kind of remake the same character for the next one. So a lot of my characters had like very similar concepts to each other. I got you a character, a warrior skeleton that has a move called Boner Basher. Oh no! Fucking horrifying. Oh my god. Jesus. What a move. Oh my lord. That's so funny. But yeah, a lot of my characters, like, personalities and stories were all pretty similar, so I ended up just kind of either scrapping some of them or just kind of mushing them all together to be like one character that I ended up developing further. Oh, I actually do have a couple of Warrior Cat OCs that aren't on Artfight that I didn't have like updated references for them in time, but they were two of them, and they were actually part of a story that I was really fond of. Terrifying, Jack. Oh my god. That's a hilarious character. But yeah, I had these two Warrior Cat characters that I was super fond of, and I'd love to redesign them and update them one day. But they were Crooked Stripe and Badger Heart. And oh my gosh, I adored them. I actually made a full like animatic for them back in like 2014 on like my old YouTube channel. And the kind of some of the concepts in their story together, they were gay cats, they were together. But it was a very toxic relationship. And I ended up reusing a lot of the kind of themes that I was really attached to from them for a different character later on. But I'd love to kind of revisit their story at some point and kind of refine it. Twist it a little bit, because it's now like pretty different from the other character that I ended up using that concept for. You should be lesbian cats. Do lesbian cats now. Absolutely I should. If I ever make more Warrior Cat OCs, which I'm sure that I will. I'd love to make more gay kitties. There we go. There we go. We love lesbians here? Absolutely, we love lesbians here. Anyone that is part of the queer community is more than welcome here. Obviously. Okay, let's see. Hell yeah, Jack. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Pride Month may be over, but it's always Pride Month here on the No Hot Beverages channel. Actually, for me, Pride Month isn't fully over yet because for the area that I'm in Canada, we actually have our Pride events in August, so I still get to celebrate again, hee hee hee. I get to observe everyone else celebrating in June, and then I get to go to our own Pride Parade here in August. It's super fun. And July is also Disability Pride Month, so I get to have 3 in a row, 3 Pride Months in a row. There we go, okay. Me immediately regretting my decision to individually draw all 5 of these, but I'm sticking to it. I think these are gonna be flat colors to kind of blend stylistically a little bit better than, or a little bit better with the walk cycle. Since the walk cycle is just flat colors. So I don't think I'm gonna do any shading, that'll save me some time. Dust is made to the concept. He's a super nice and caring guy, but after experiencing more and more cruelty, he slowly starts doubting himself, and his way in the story is he escapes slavery with the help of an evil ancient dragon inhabiting his body, making him a sorcerer. Ooh, that's so fun. I'll make a comic about that too. Hell yeah, you absolutely should, Lydian. That's cool as hell, that's awesome. I love the idea of the dragon inhabiting his body. Ooh, giving him magic, that's so fun. Love it. There we go. And that is Sorcerer subclass Draconic. Hell yeah. That's so fun. I love it. Well, I'll look forward to reading the comic as well. Oh my gosh. Very cool. I have a couple characters that I have thought about maybe making some kind of little comic or something for as well. Namely Terra, because he has... The way that I would do his comic stylistically is very fun in my brain. But if I ever were to, it would have to be simplified a lot, I think, because I'm going to be very busy with animating all the time. Gotta finish the first comic after Artfight and then make the second one about his escape. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, I can't wait to read them. Comics are such a fun medium. I want to read more like webcomics and stuff. I was reading like a Steven Universe alternate universe one for a bit. I need to catch up on that one. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, it is time for the next 10-minute break. So let's all get up and stretch. Go get some food, perhaps. Get some water, get some snacks. Ugh. And we'll be back in another 10 minutes. Alrighty, welcome back from the break. Oh, Jack, thank you for collecting your daily cat treat. Thank you so much. Oh, no worries, Letty, and hope you have a good sleep. Hello, Naga, welcome. Thanks for the cheese. How are you doing today? Oh, thank you for the cat treat as well. Thank you for the head pads and the hydrate. Oh my goodness, oh my gosh, so many point redeems. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, no worries, Letty, and hope you have a good sleep. Oh my goodness, alright. Well, time to continue with this inking. I'm late because I had a Battletech game with a friend. No worries, no worries. How'd the game go, Naga? Let's see, okay. I'm so determined to finish this animation meme tonight. Did not go well for me, but it was a very fun loss. Ah. Well, at least it was fun, that's good. Glad to hear that it was fun. The end saw my most powerful mech shut down and then explode. Oh no! Oh my gosh. That's very unfortunate, but I'm glad that it was a fun and glorious end. Okay, there we go. Watch me take 5,000 tries to draw this belt the way that I want. It exploded so violently it ended up damaging 3 other mechs. Oh my god. What happened to it to make that happen? Good lord. More cheese? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, so many point redeems. Oh my gosh, thank you for the hydrate and the headbat. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Jack. Oh my gosh. Keeping me very well hydrated today. So it ended up taking 5 hits to the engine in 1 turn. Oh my god. Thank you for the hydrate again. Oh my gosh. Ah, delicious. Thank you, thank you. Oh, another. Oh no. No, don't drown me. Jack, no, please don't drown me. What have I done? What have I done to deserve this? And bear in mind, typically a mech has 6 slots that the engine takes up, and it hit 5, so a kaboom. Oh god. Well, rest in peace to your mech. I'm so sorry. Not another hydrate. No! Don't drown me. Oh my god. Please, I need to finish this animation meme for my good friend Isaac. How am I to do that if I'm drowning? No, not rest in peace, rest in pieces. I'm so sorry. Well, at least it sounds like it was a good time. I mean, it's like, I believe Ledian was saying earlier, sometimes failure is more interesting and more fun. So I'm glad that you had a good time regardless. Unfortunately, with the removal of the jump scare redeem, there's no drowning the Catboy anymore. I mean, if you give me enough hydrates back to back to back, I suppose it could still be achieved. But you're correct, it is significantly more difficult to make me choke on my drink now. Okay, there's the line art for number 1. On to pose number 2. Whoops, I did not mean to turn on the perspective grid. I did not want that. How do I... Oh, I don't know how to turn it off. Well, I guess this is just gonna be on screen until I delete this layer now. Studio, show ruler, there we go, okay, thank God. I know I found the loss was a lot more fun, especially since I was the reason it was overheating that badly. Oh jeez. Well, that's good, I'm glad that you found it fun. What did you do to make it overheat that bad? Go. Ah, man, my shoulder is starting to act up a bit. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to stream right up until 5. Might have to end it at either 3 or 4. We'll see how I'm doing at 3. But I've got a little bit of a repetitive stress injury going on in my shoulder at the moment, and in my drawing arm. I'm not too worried about it because I'm gonna be visiting family this weekend, and that'll be 4 days where I can't draw at all because I won't have access to my computer. So that'll be a good chance for it to rest and recover. But it is making it tough to blast through Artfight the way I was hoping. I gotta build some muscle soon so I can stop getting injuries in my arm so easily. The weapons it has just overheated massively and I shot all the weapons at the same time. Oh god. The mech can sink 40 heat in all weapons, firing generates 60, and reaching 30 heat is an instant shutdown. Oh jeez. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm glad that it was a fun loss then. That emote, I'm sure, is very accurate to how your mech was doing. Oh my god, that's so funny. Listen, sometimes you just gotta go all out. Damn the consequences. Especially the pilot. Oh god, yeah, wait, were there people inside? Oh no. Yeah, I think I might have to stop streaming at about 3 and take a break for my arm, but we'll see how I'm doing at that point. I need to be able to keep going tomorrow as well, so I gotta take it a little bit gentle today. They had to glue the pilot back together whenever Afterlife the pilot believed in. Oh, that poor pilot. Naga, how could you do that to him? Oh my gosh. That's so funny. Oh my god, that poor pilot. They're just absolutely burning alive. Oh my goodness. Okay, I need to not be quite so, like, precious with this line art, because this is gonna be on screen for, like, 1 second. So I need to stop being so worried about getting every single frame perfect. I say as I redraw the strand of hair 40 times. I think hell would be cooler for them. Oh no. Oh my goodness, that poor pilot. Well, I hope they found peace wherever they are. That's so funny. Okay. Ugh, dude, I cannot wait to start, like, weightlifting and building some actual muscle in my arms. I feel like it's gonna help me with drawing so much. Because right now, I really cannot draw for very long before I start feeling the consequences. And I think it's because I've got like absolutely no muscle. I'm not at the point where I can start weightlifting yet, but I'm very excited for it. It's very frustrating when I have the time to finish a project by the time I want to, and I have the drive to do so, but my body simply says, nope. No more art for you, and in fact, no more computer either. Your entire arm is just shutting down. That's okay though. I can rest over the weekend. For now, we draw. Okay. There we go. There we go. Want to hear some fun news? I'd love to hear some fun news, Potato. Go for it. Okay. Finished my first ever animation with pixel art. Oh my gosh, that is fun news. Do you wanna share it? I'd love to see it if you feel up to sharing it. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Send me the link. I'd love to pull it up. There we go. Made it into a GIF. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'll send in art. Okay, cool, cool, cool. Let me take a look. Oh, I see it. Oh my gosh. That's adorable. Is that a little frog? Is that a frog? I love it. Oh my goodness. On one hand, I want to see what it looks like right now, but also you're making good progress. I don't want to interrupt. That's totally fair. It's a toad or a frog, either works. Cool. It's in the art channel in the Discord server, Naga, if you want to go take a look. It's absolutely adorable. I love it. I love the little plant on his head. He's so cute. Thanks for sharing that, Potato. Very cool, especially for your first pixel art animation. That's awesome. Pixel art is a difficult way of doing animation, honestly. It's like, on the one hand, it's a lot more simple, but it's also difficult because every single pixel placement like really counts. So I commend you for trying it out for animation. Very cool. Okay. Oops. Don't go upside down, Caleb. There we go. There we go. I'm not gonna like look at the previous drawings with the line art to see if it's like too similar or anything. I'm just gonna go for it. So I'm curious to see how wiggly this line art is gonna look when I put these in sequence, because it's not gonna be fully animated. It's just like a few different pictures that it's gonna jump between. So I'm hoping redrawing it will be good. I thought you finished this over the weekend and I've already used the line. No worries, no worries. I finished the walk cycle. But the little like extra bits that are required for the meme, I was not able to finish over the weekend just because I've got the little bit of repetitive stress injury going on in my arm, so I had to take a bit of a break for a couple days. Which is very frustrating, but it's fine. The garbage truck's going by outside right now. Oh my god, I don't know if you guys could hear that. I am still hopeful that I can finish this tonight, though. Because there's another one that I want to do for Reese, which is a secret, no one tell them. They kind of already know that the next one I'm doing is with their characters, but... And I want to make sure that I have time to do that one, and then a final one before the end of Artfight. So I'm hoping that my arm heals well over the weekend, and then I can get back to drawing at full power next week. So I have a really fun idea for a mass, like, revenge attack for people that have attacked me on Artfight. Oh yeah, it is already halfway through the month, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It's crazy. Dude, the passage of time. Fucking wild. I didn't realize that it was already halfway through the month until like a couple days ago. And now I'm just like panicking. I'm like, oh! I was hoping to do more animation than I have this month. But that's okay. Yeah, literally, that's exactly how I felt. That's exactly how I felt this month. I had plans for like, I think 2 more videos that I'm gonna be able to get done. But 'twas not to be, unfortunately. That's okay, I'll just save the ideas for next year. Oh, thank you for the headbats, Naga, thank you. I appreciate it, thank you, thank you. Oh, and the hydrate, oh my gosh, thank you. Oh, the double hydrate from potato too, oh my gosh. Thank you guys. But yeah, I should be... Oh my god, more hydrates. Oh no, please don't try and drown me. Did I decrease the what? Oh gosh, another hydrate, oh no. Guys, no, please don't drown me. There's no cooldown, oh no. Is there really not? Oh no. No. Please. Please don't drown me. Guys, please, I beg. You won't drown me? Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you, Naga. But Jack might, I don't know. Jack, please, I beg you, have mercy. No, Jack, don't do it. Jeez, oh my gosh. She's thrown right into my face, oh my gosh. Oh, thank you for the head pats. You know what? Okay, you're forgiven. Oh, another hydrate? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh my god. So many hydrates. Okay, my beverage is empty now. My beverage is empty, so I'll either have to go get a new one or you guys are just gonna have to be patient. Yeah, Jack, I believe you joined, I think it was in like the first week that I was streaming Artfight, right? Oh gosh, okay, another hydrate. Let me see if there's any beverage left, hold on. Alright, my beverage is completely empty now. Listen, the idea of making them this cheap was so that you guys would be able to just have fun with them and do them whenever. It was not so you could drown me. My goodness, abusing the channel points, are we? You wanna know something? Sure, I'd love to know something, Potato. I'd always love to know something. You drew a Tamagotchi yesterday. Oh my goodness. I love Tamagotchis, dude. Oh my gosh. I still have the, one of the first ones that I ever had when I was like 6. I can't say the first one that I ever had, because someone fucking stole my first one in grade 1. But it's the second one that I ever had that I got like 3 days later, because my parents felt bad and they replaced it. What's a Tamagotchi? Naga, you've never experienced a Tamagotchi? Oh my goodness, I'm so delighted that I get to introduce you to this. So Tamagotchis were these little, I guess they still exist, but they were these little like digital pets that you would have in the 90s. On these little like egg-shaped devices. And they'd be little like pixel art guys that you could, like, you'd have to, like, look after them and, like, feed them and, like, play with them and stuff. There was a fucking Tamagotchi craze in like the late 90s and like early 2000s. They were so fun. In the 90s, I was born past that, so yeah, I was too technically. Well, I was born in 99. But they were around in the early 2000s as well. For like a few years, and then they kind of faded out for a little bit. And then I think they're still around now. I think. But they're like new ones. The old ones were the bomb. I've still got my old one, and it still works actually. I gave one to Reese, and I have one, and now we have them on our house keys. We each have a Tamagotchi attached. It's so fun. I know the closest I had was Pets games on my DS. I think I had Cats and Ocean Rescue. Oh, nice. I think I had one of the Pets games on my DS too. I don't remember which one though. But I remember those being fun too. I was obsessed with virtual pet games when I was a kid, because for the longest time, I really wanted a dog when I was a little kid. But we couldn't get a dog until we had our own house, because we were just renting for a long time, my family. So for the longest time, I really wanted a dog, so I would get any like virtual pet game that you could possibly get. Although I never had Nintendogs, weirdly enough. That's like the one that I didn't have. I was a Minecraft kid. Oh, dude, me too. I played so much Minecraft. I still do, honestly. Reese and I have started our own Minecraft realm a little while ago. With the intention of it being a forever world that we're gonna work on together, and I'm super enjoying that. Grew up with people like Dan TDM, somehow evaded this guy does Minecraft friend group. Yeah, a lot of Minecraft YouTubers didn't escape unscathed from that era. But oh my god, yeah, I watched a lot of them too. I grew up with popular MMOs. Ooh. Is that... Just so I'm not confused, is that the name of a YouTube channel, or are you saying that you played a bunch of, like, MMOs that were popular? Because that sounds familiar. I feel like that might be the name of a YouTube channel. Yes, that was a YouTuber? Okay, yeah, I thought so. I played a lot of MMOs too, to be fair. He's a Minecraft modder. Okay, gotcha. I thought that name sounded familiar, yeah. He got arrested? Oh no, oh jeez. Yeah, a lot of Minecraft YouTubers ended up being weird. And that's the most I'll say about that. It is sad, yeah, it's always sad when someone that you, like, looked up to or that you were familiar with turns out to be not cool, we'll say. There's a lot of Minecraft YouTubers that got in hot water. Oh my god, yeah. Dan TDM, Markiplier, and Jacksepticeye turned out amazing. Oh yeah, they're all still great. I still love watching some Markiplier stuff to this day. Not a lot of it, because I'm not a big, I don't watch a ton of just, like, Let's Play channels anymore. I still watch some Game Grumps, but that's about it. But some of Markiplier's stuff is still very fun to watch. Technoblade Fly High King. Oh my god, yeah, Technoblade was so cool. What a genuinely incredible person. Just wonderful. Yeah, there's definitely a fair few that turned out to not be so cool. And that is very sad. I know I've recently just been rewatching Technoblade again. Oh yeah, there's some of his videos that I still go back and rewatch all the time. Oh, thank you for the hydrate potato. I don't have a beverage right here at the moment. But when I go get a new one, I will take a sip of it in your honor. That is a promise. I love how Technoblade reached 20 mil post-mortem. Oh yeah, it's so cool. I'm so glad that that happened. He absolutely deserves it. What a truly incredible person. But yeah, there's some of his videos that I rewatch sometimes too, like the potato farm ones. in his Skyblock potato series. Oh my god, or the potato wars or whatever they were called. Those videos are so goddamn funny. Oh my god. The Great Potato War, that's it, yeah. Thank you for the hydrate, Jack. Again, I don't have a beverage on me right now, but when I go to get one, I'll take a sip in your honor as well. He had 12 level 11 minions and he painted the Mona Lisa. Oh my god. He was so funny. Just a hilarious, very creative dude. He was so cool. Oh my goodness. Excuse me, oh my gosh. Oh, thank you for the cheese as well, Jack. And the headbats. Okay, pose 2 is done. Now on to pose 3. Such an incredible person. Creeper explodes his lawn. So good. Yeah, Technoblade was genuinely one of the coolest YouTubers of all time, I think. I'm so glad that he got to 20 million. I love that his dad has continued, like, keeping his channel going and, like, interacting with people and stuff, too. It's a very cool thing to do. I know my friend doesn't appreciate that, however I know I appreciate it. Also cool that his dad keeps the merch alive. Yeah, it's very cool. I'm really glad that his dad is kind of keeping his legacy going. It's so awesome. Okay. 3 out of 5 drawings. Let's keep going. Come on, shoulder. Just a little bit longer. Dude, I know this year's Artfight isn't even over yet, but like I'm already getting hyped for next year's. Doing the mass attack with the pony animations was so much fun. I definitely want to do another one that's like similar concept to that next year, I think. Another big mass attack. It's so fun to do. By then, I should I should have some more muscle built as well at that point in my drawing arm, so I'll be able to draw non-stop. I'll be way too powerful. Y'all are not prepared for the storm of art that I'm gonna unleash. Wonder what next year's theme is. Ooh, I don't know. Gonna be fun to find out. I know my partner's hoping for, I think it's unicorns versus dragons. I think that one's like one of the ones that's potentially gonna be for next year. That would definitely be a fun one. As cool as dragons are, I'd have to pick unicorns for that one. I was proud today? What were you proud of today, Potato? Okay, there we go. We're getting there, we're getting there. The pixel art toad animation I made is my first animated Artfight attack on someone. This is also my first year doing Artfight. Hell yeah! You should absolutely be proud. I'm proud of you too, honestly. That's really cool that you did your first pixel art animation. That's awesome. Absolutely something to be proud of. Hello, Lemon the Cake. Welcome back. How are you doing today? Welcome, welcome. It's good to see you. I'm good. I'm about to be productive. Ooh. Hell yeah, join me. What are you gonna be working on today? Thank you for the hydrate, Potato. I'll take another drink. Another drink of my beverage as soon as I get to go and refill it. Night full of art and maybe some Minecraft later. Oh hell yeah, that's so fun. Oh my gosh, sounds like a great night. I'm finishing attack number 5 and starting 6. Nice. Well, I'll look forward to seeing them up on your profile later. I'm still working on my attack number 2, but I'm thinking I'm gonna be able to finish it tonight at some point. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Well, I wish you Godspeed with the art, and I hope you have a blast playing some Minecraft later. Honestly, art followed by Minecraft is like my idea of a perfect evening. Not that I don't have faith in you, but every time I say that about a piece, it takes 10 times longer than I think it will. Yeah, me too. I mean, to be fair, to be totally fair, I have already said that quite a few times about this Calum animation. I was originally intending to finish it last week, but then my arm got sore, so I had to take a bit of a break over the weekend. Manifesting that you'll finish it though. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely feel that. I think a good rule for trying to schedule how long it'll take you to finish your artwork is just like triple it. However long you think it's gonna take, triple it. And then if you finished early, then great. But if not, nothing lost. Yeah, I did not, in fact, finish my PNG tour the other day. That's so fair. I was curious about that when I went into your stream chat, but I wasn't sure if it was meant to be like a surprise for your chat or anything, so I didn't want to spoil it if it was a secret by asking. How was your PNG tour going, though? Yeah, I want to surprise them? Okay, cool. I'm glad that I didn't ask about it then. I would hate to spoil the surprise. It's going well. I'm struggling with colors a bit as I always do. That's so fair. Colors are definitely a weak point for me as well. I have a hard time, like, figuring out whether colors look good next to each other. Definitely takes me quite a bit of adjusting before I am happy with the colors in anything that I'm drawing. Yeah, patterns too. Oh my gosh, yeah. Adding patterns is very tricky without making it look like way too busy. You have to strike a very fine balance, and it's difficult to do. Okay, there we go. But hell yeah, I'm excited to see it when it's done. Gotta lurk and go start my own thing, but I'm keeping you in the background. No worries, no worries. Good luck with the drawing. Thank you. Good luck with your drawing as well. I'll look forward to seeing it later. And thanks for hanging out and lurking. I really appreciate it. Okay. Go. My hope for this one is that I can finish this one tonight and then start on the attack for Reese tomorrow and do like the sketches for that one. I think is my plan. Because I'm definitely not going to be able to finish that one before I go away for the weekend. But I'd like to have it started for when I come back so that when I come back and I go to keep working on it, it doesn't feel so overwhelming. But we shall see. Okay. There we go. Come on, Caleb, we're getting there. And after I finish the sequence, what else do I have to do for this? I think it's just like one little like doodle, basically. Because when I look at this meme on YouTube, it seems like most people for the next little chunk of like dialogue that I'm thinking of will normally do it in kind of a more like sketchy style. So I think that's probably what I'll do as well. I think it looks cute. But I'll have Caleb talking to my character Silver for that bit, I think. It'll be funny. There we go. Almost done with this one. Can I get this one done before we need to take another 10-minute ad break? I don't think I can draw the rest of this in 1 minute, but let's see if I can. Time to become Sonic. There we go. It is interesting because I feel like, oh my gosh, more cheese. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I know ads are coming, don't worry. I have the timer up right in front of me. I'm always very aware of when they're coming. A big alert pops up in front of me, letting me know when they're about to start. Let's see, I've got another minute. Okay. It is interesting because I feel like when I draw stuff to rig in like Toon Boom, it takes me less time to do the line art than when I'm just doing a single illustration, even though there's so many more parts. I think it's because I don't do line width variation, and because of the smoothing engine in Toon Boom, it kind of corrects the flow of a lot of the lines for me, so I don't have to redraw them as many times. But I like doing more kind of line width variation for still illustrations. I feel like it ends up looking better. Okay. I did not finish it in time, but that's alright. Alrighty, we're gonna take another 10-minute ad break. Ugh, I'm gonna go get a snack, eat a little bit of food, we can all go get some beverages. I will restock my beverage so you guys can continue to drown me. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. I gotta go for now. Have a good day, everybody. No worries, Potato. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Hope you have a really good rest of your day. Alright, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. Let's all go get some snacks. Alrighty, welcome back from the break. I think this is going to be the final stretch of the stream for today. Just because my arm is a little bit sore. And I don't want to overdo it. So we'll go for a little bit longer. Probably 3:30 or like 4-ish. Hopefully that'll be long enough to finish up the line art for this one. And I do need to get ready for a family dinner later tonight, so unfortunately, not gonna be able to stream right until like 5:30 or 6, but that's alright. See how much more we can get done in the remaining time. What up? Oh yes, I've also refilled my drink, so feel free to continue to try to drown me. Please don't, actually. Oh no. Oh, it begins again. Alright. Oh no. Oh gosh, so many hydrates. Oh my gosh. Just finished chopping down an oak tree in Vintage Story. Not fun. Had to break as many leaves as I could so I could get oak seeds. Oh jeez. Well, Godspeed, Naga. I hope the rest of it goes well in Vintage Story. Oh my gosh, so many hydrates. Alright. Let me take some sips of my drink. Thank you for all the hydrates, Jack. Thank you for continuing to try to drown me. I did go out, it was fine, did over the break. Nice, nice. Well, I'm glad it didn't end up taking too long then. That's good. There we go, okay. Okay, there we go. Unfortunately, in Vintage Story, seeds drop from leaves more commonly if you break them manually. Oh, I see, okay. That does sound pretty tedious, not gonna lie. I see why you said it was not fun. Okay. There we go. And on a big oak tree. Oh, geez. Well, I'm glad you were able to get it done over the break then. At least it didn't take too long. Okay, 3 out of 5 done. Let's keep going. It was a 2x2 trunk, got 14 seeds out of it, and like 7 Vintage Story stacks of logs, 16 logs per stack. Nice! That's a pretty good haul. It's not too bad, I think, based on my limited knowledge of Vintage Story. Okay. Oh no, more hydrates. Oh gosh, here they come. Yeah, it wasn't too bad, honestly. Probably enough spare for some house decorating. Hell yeah, nice. Thank you for the hydrate and the cheese, Jack. Thank you. Oh, and the head pad. Oh my goodness, so many channel points. Thank you, thank you. Oh no, more hydrates. Oh gosh. Oh, here they come. Oh god, that's so many. Oh Oh no, okay, I might need to add a cooldown to the hydrate. And or increase the price of it. Oh my goodness, this is so many. Listen, with great power comes great responsibility. You know what they say. It's content, true. It is content. I can't argue with that. Luckily with the mod I'm using, leather armor isn't needed to make armor anymore, so I don't need to use all this oak for leather. That's good, that's good. How many mods are you playing with, Naga? I'm curious what the typical, like, modded vintage story looks like what kind of mods are available for it and everything. Quite a few. Interesting. What does the like modding scene for Vintage Story really look like? Like how expansive is it really? I know I have combat overhaul, forging overhaul, food plus. I peeled my skin off. Wait, wait, Jack, what? Huh? Those sound like interesting mods though. I'm intrigued. What do you mean, Jack? What? It's a very ominous message to send in a Twitch chat. Oh, like dead skin. Okay. Oh my god, that's an alarming message to receive, to be honest. Just devoid of all context. Dude, to peel off your skin? I'm good. I think I'm alright. I think I'd like to keep my skin. For now. If you were to consider the base game to be a wonderful loaf of bread, then the mods for Vintage Story focus on making that bread better, like adding jelly or making it cinnamon bread. Okay. I like this metaphor. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. There we go. Get that eyebrow in there. He's laughing. He finds it so hilarious that he's gonna throw you into a meat grinder. Meanwhile, comparing it to Minecraft modding, Minecraft's modding scene takes the bread and turns it into a meatloaf or stuffing for a turkey. Yeah, definitely. Minecraft is, like, such a good, like, base for just kind of turning it into, like, whatever you want. I think that's really cool about the modding scene for Minecraft, honestly. You can really do whatever you want with it. It's pretty cool. The base game is there, but there's so much more added. It's no longer just bread. Yeah, totally. I definitely feel that. I love a good modded playthrough for Minecraft. It's really fun diving into some like ultra modded packs from time to time, but I do also have so much affection for just plain old vanilla Minecraft. Listen, sometimes nothing is better than just some nice plain bread with butter. You know what I'm saying? Like in the world that Reese and I are playing on together right now, it's just pure vanilla. The most we're going to be adding is maybe a couple data packs because it's on a realm, so you can't really do mods, or at least any that aren't like purely client side. But we want to keep it like 99.9% vanilla, mainly so that it can be compatible with all future like updates to the game and we don't lose anything if we update it, because we want it to be our forever world. But sometimes it is fun to play some crazy mod packs and just see how people went wild with it. Because it does feel like a totally different game at that point. There's a vintage story mod called Nature's Call. Ooh. What does that one do? I'd be curious to check out any vintage story mods. I think if I was gonna play it somewhere, I'd probably still want to play a little bit more of the vanilla experience first. Just because I feel like I haven't gotten super far in it, so makes you have to use the bathroom. See, that's a little too much realism for me personally. I'm all for immersion in games, but I feel like there's a stopping point where it's no longer like fun and just becomes a chore that you have to look after. Yeah, I'm not doing it either right now, that's fair, yeah. Okay. Go. I just enjoy the ability to shape things far more intricately. More than fair, yeah. Which is why I love the forging and combat overhauls. So what do they change exactly compared to the base game? Get his little hair swoopies in here. So in base game, if you wanted to make plate armor, you would just make a ton of plates, chains, use the 3x3 grid to make it that way? Okay. I see, I see. But in combat overhaul, you need to actually shape plate armor. Ooh, okay. I see what you mean. That sounds very fun. That sounds like a good addition to the system. Oh, it doesn't stop there. Ooh, okay. You've got me hooked. I'm so intrigued. There are 3 layers of armor: skin, inner, and outer. Skin is your gambeson and leather armor. Inner is chain. And out is the actual plate. Okay, okay. There we go, yeah, that looks like he's pushing his hair up. In vanilla vintage story, you would make leather armor, combine that with chain to make chain armor, then combine that chain armor with plates to make plate armor, which is really boring. Okay, okay. I definitely did not get that far in my own playthrough, so I appreciate you explaining how it is in vanilla. Okay, there we go. Another also cool thing is that combat adds more armor slots, so you need to make more bits than just legs, chest, and head. Okay, cool. How many more does it add? But that definitely sounds a lot more fun, just from the way that you're describing it. Look in the game chat? Okay, let me take a look. Ooh, okay, I see. Yeah, that adds a lot more, damn. Well, yeah, I definitely see why you'd want to play with those. That sounds a lot more fun than the vanilla system. Oh shit, thank you so much for the follow. Oh my goodness. Minx Frizz? I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. Thank you so much, I really appreciate it. How are you doing today? What brings you to my channel? If you feel like talking, if not, no pressure. None whatsoever. Let's see. Also, Combat Overhaul adds both more weapons with their own unique forging recipes, but it also adds chivalry-like combat where the direction you move your mouse changes what attack you use. Ooh, that's very cool. That sounds very fun. I'm gonna have to look into that next time I go to play Vintage Story. I do think I'd probably want to play a bit more vanilla first, just because, like I was saying, I didn't make it very far. But that sounds really fun. I will definitely have to look into that. Okay, let's finish his hair up here. I know I made it to the Iron Age, so I'm happy with moving to mods since getting to steel is basically more of the same. Okay, yeah, that totally makes sense. I just want to make sure I understand the base game before like changing too much about it, you know? Because then I feel like I'll be missing out. But yeah, that's totally fair. Totally makes sense. Okay. Actually, his shoulder strap would be over top of his shirt collar, so... There we go. To get steel, I would need to burn coal into coke, which is basically just burning firewood to make charcoal. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha. Makes sense. Yeah, I feel like at a certain point, you know enough about the game to know what you want to change with mods. More than fair. I just definitely have not gotten to that point yet with Vintage Story. I was fucking struggling when I was playing, oh my gosh. I was enjoying it though, it was very fun. And to make steel, I just need to carbonate iron with the coke. Okay, gotcha. Gotcha. Which is basically just making iron blooms from iron ore to then make iron bars from the blooms. Okay. But in a specialized building. Interesting. There's so many complicated systems in Vintage Story. I think next time I do play it, I will probably look up some guides for just like what I should be aiming for and like how to do certain things. Because it's very fun kind of stumbling around blind, but I feel like without y'all in the chat guiding me, I would not have made it very far. So if I'm playing it on my own, I'm gonna have to get a little bit of assistance, I think. Press H for the handbook, yeah. No, I know about the handbook, don't you worry. But just more in terms of like a bit more like specific tips that are a little bit more linear of like, okay, here's what you should kind of be aiming for next to survive a bit more efficiently. Because I feel like with the handbook is great, but I felt like I kind of had to like already know what I should be like looking for in there, if that makes sense. Or I could just like sit and read through everything, but if I didn't know what I would need to look up, then it was a little bit tricky to kind of figure out like what I should be looking at next. Probably the biggest thing to think about with progressing is knowing what your rock strata is. Okay. Those different rock strata have different chances of finding different ores. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, that was not something that I really considered when I was playing. I was mainly just trying to not starve, honestly. Okay, 4 out of 5. There we go. Number 5. Let's go. Last one. Last one, and then I'll see about blasting through the coloring process, and then I think that'll be it for today. My arm and my back are very sore right now. I'm a fragile little guy. What can I say? Oh, thank you for the head pat. Oh my gosh. The keyboard shortcut running surprised me and it made me zoom way out. Oh, that was so funny. Oh, thank you for the head pat and for the hydrate. Thank you, thank you. Let me take a sip. Ah, delicious. Thank you, thank you. Okay. Oh, Calum, you are so very pretty. I'm so excited to post this one. I'm genuinely pretty proud of the walk cycle, because doing a walk cycle in perspective, like from the front, is so tricky, and not something that I've done in a very long time, and I'm pretty happy with how it's turned out. I'm hyped to get this one done and uploaded. I'm very excited to see Isaac's reaction to this one too, seeing his character moving. Honestly, I was talking earlier a bit about what I'm planning to stream after I'm done Artfight this year. And I'm thinking I'm probably going to keep doing animation memes for a little bit, or like little short animations. But part of that I think might be like asking my friends, being like, hey, are there any audios or like animation memes that you would like to see with your character but that you don't want to do yourselves? And then just make some stuff for them. Because I think it'd be fun to practice animating like different characters that I'm not so familiar with. Because I only have like a small handful of characters that I animate regularly. So it would be good practice to do some for my friends. And Calum would definitely be in the rotation a fair bit. I know it would basically never happen since I'm just a viewer, not a friend, but it'd be fun to guide you through a vintage story. I mean, never say never, right? Never say never. Definitely playing games and stuff with people who have been in my chat is definitely not like off the table. I'd definitely be open to that. It's definitely not impossible. Did you see the Krug/handstand meme? Oh yeah, is that the one that you posted in the Discord, right? And you said it would be like a cute, like simple one to try? I did see that. It's very cute. That would be a fun one. I definitely, after Artfight's over, I definitely would not mind if y'all wanted to throw some suggestions for animation memes my way. Could be fun. I think I want to start, like, kind of, like, pushing myself a bit more with, my animation quality after Artfight's done. Not that I'm... Excuse me, oh my gosh, not that I'm not, like, giving it my all with these ones, but because there's a time limit, I feel like I kind of have to be a little bit speedy. But it'd be fun for stuff after Artfight when there's no time limit, and I'm just doing it a couple days a week. Just really sink my teeth into whatever I'm animating and really just give it my all. I feel like being able to play with the Catboy would have to be a big reward thing. Yeah, definitely. Either that or like maybe like a monthly thing, or I don't know. It would definitely be tricky because it definitely would be like, I'm sure that everyone in my chat has like good intentions, you know. I'm not like suspicious of anybody or anything, but there's definitely people that I've been talking with via streaming for a lot longer than other people. So I think if I was going to play games with people from stream, it would have to be people that I kind of know like a little bit. But there are bad actors. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That you can't always tell someone's intentions. So just for the safety and comfort of everybody involved, it would have to be with people that I kind of know a bit better. Like you and Shiari have been around for a long time, so I would not be opposed to gaming with you guys or some of the other people that have been here for like months. But yeah, it would definitely be like pretty specific to like set up something like that, where it's like, okay, let's all take the proper precautions, you know? just for everybody's safety. But yeah, like gaming with people from Twitch is definitely not impossible or like fully off the table. Just something that would take a while to set up. Like there's people like Soap as well that have, although to be fair, I've known him since before I was streaming regularly. Or other people that have been here since like November, that it's like, okay, I feel like y'all have been here long enough and we've been chatting enough that I feel like it's probably good, but it definitely would not be for like people who like have just joined the stream and have just been here like a couple of days. It would be take a little while, but that's fine. I think just better for everyone's comfort. Let's see. With my current plans to try to start streaming myself, it could end up being a collab stream. Oh, hell yeah, that'd be cool. I'd be down for that, absolutely. I don't think I've done any collab streams with anyone so far. Not since I like kind of like did my debut back in like November anyway. I think back in like 2021 when I was like first streaming. I did some on like a Minecraft server, but I don't count that. That was a past life. But yeah, since I've been doing it regularly, I haven't done any collabs yet, but I'd definitely be open to the idea for sure. How are your plans to start streaming going, by the way, Naga? I know I began some music work. Oh yeah, you were mentioning that before, I think, right? Hardstock drawing digitally again? That's so fair. If you haven't done it in a while, it's definitely tricky to get back into. I definitely feel that. That's okay though, you'll get there. There's no rush. Just gotta do it in your own time. Also, right now I'm sitting back here trying to visualize how I want to continue building my home in Vintage Story. Ooh, what are you planning for the house design? Got the basement sorted already. That's good. That's good. Solid foundation. Just kind of simple. I know I want to keep it simple. That's good. That's good. Sometimes simple is better. Even in like Minecraft, I typically default to living in like smaller, like cute little cabins rather than like massive mega bases. I love a cute, comfy little house, if anything. Pretty happy with this Calum expression, honestly. I hadn't looked at this sketch in a while since I've been inking, and like looking at it again now that I'm looking at it, I'm pretty happy with it. I think I want to make it 2 stories so I can have the smithy on the bottom story and bedroom on the 2nd floor. Hell yeah, nice. That sounds like a good layout. Very functional. Which is key in Vintage Story, as I learned from playing it. Sounds like that'll be nice and cozy. But I don't know how I want to approach the exterior walls because they seem like they'd be very bland if I didn't go crazy with chiseling. That is a problem. I mean, you could always like get it to the point where it's like functional and like basically finished, and then just like whenever you have some spare time, you could just start chiseling and start like adding a bit more detail, you know? There we go. Oh, look at this boy. He's so snarky. I love him. Also, this is costing me twice as much because I'm building with full blocks for once instead of slabs. Oh, damn. Why do you normally build with slabs? Is there... I mean, aside from it costing half as much, like how does that work exactly? Oh, it costs half as much. Okay. Gotcha. Makes sense. Okay. Resources are hard to gather in Mission Story. Oh my god, yeah. I gathered that when I was playing. I was struggling to find enough stuff. Oh my gosh. So why go with full blocks this time then? Okay. Almost done getting there. Let's do his shoulders. Go. Okay, let's do this other hair over here. I'm partially building in a crevasse of a hill, which means the blocks are touching the hill walls in irregular locations. So if I built in slabs, I'd be doing a lot more chiseling. Okay, that makes sense. Totally makes sense. Gotcha, gotcha. Okay. Go. Also, I wanted the challenge of building in full blocks since I felt the downside of building with slabs. Okay. What's the downside then? Namely being that I found myself wanting to put stuff on two sides of the wall. Oh yeah, okay. I understand, I understand. But with one half the wall being missing, things aren't happy. Yeah. I can imagine that causes some pretty big issues with the placement of stuff. Well, sounds like it'll be worth it then to do full blocks. Even if it takes a bit longer. It'll be worth it in the end. Okay. Hands. Such a fun thing to draw. Okay, here we go. I also love how every time I build a new home, I build in a different wood type. That's fun. Yeah. It's fun to switch it up. I cannot say the same for the houses that I've built, either in Vintage Story or in Minecraft. In Minecraft, it's always spruce. For me. Oh my gosh, excuse me, oh my goodness. First was beech, second was oak, third was pine, fourth was maple, and this time it's walnut. Nice, nice. I like how many different wood types there are. It's very fun for decor. I don't remember what type I was mainly using when I was playing. It might have been... I think it was oak. I think. Think I'm gonna use oak for some trim and detail work? Hell yeah. Well, I will look forward to seeing screenshots if you want to send them whenever you're done building your house, Naga. The detail that you can do in Vintage Story is so cool. That's one of the main things that got me excited to try playing it, honestly, was just like how crazy you can get with the like sculpting of everything. I bet it was maple or pine you were using. I think it might have been... It was either oak or pine, I'm pretty sure. Or one of them, anyway. I lost my house, I think, like 3 times? 2 or 3 times? My little shack that I built. almost done. I think I'm going to snooze the ads for as many snoozes as I can, and try and finish up this line art, and then I think that'll be it for the day. I think I'll have to color it off stream, probably. But I'm still hopeful that I'll get it done tonight. Still hopeful. One thing I'm not looking towards doing is making fire clay so I can make glass, so I can make this window with glass instead of trapdoors. Ooh. What is the process for making glass in Vintage Story? I imagine it's a lot more complex than I'm used to in Minecraft. Okay, his hand is just like almost entirely off screen right now, but that's fine. Okay. Alright, let's snooze those again, just make sure that it stays snoozed. There we go. Okay. There we go. Cleaning up that belt buckle line art. Okay. How's that looking? Pretty good. Okay. There we go. Hey, there we go. Okay, line art is done. Oh my goodness, okay. So we've got this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. Okay, amazing. You know what? I've got a couple more minutes. Let me just see if I can slap some flat colors on here. Let me just put in the fill or anything. I bet I can get these flat colors done. I bet I can do it. Just start blasting some speedrun music. There we go, whoops. There we go. Hey, Faded Art. Hello, hello. Thank you for the cat treat. How are you doing today? Welcome back. We are just in the last few minutes of the stream here, but hopefully we'll have a chance to chat for a minute before I have to hop off for the day. So how are you doing? Ah, yes, turn on the Dream Manhunt music. Yeah, exactly. Put a speedrun timer up in the corner, but it's just me doing flat colors. Okay, I'm gonna have to scoot this over again now. And open up Caleb's ref sheet. Let me go grab that as fast as I fucking can. Let's go, let's go. There he is. There's the boy. There he is, Caleb, my boy. Okay. He's facing this way, isn't he? Okay. Need to keep this in mind. Okay. I'm chillin', got fired today? Oh no, oh my gosh. I'm so sorry to hear that. Oh my gosh, are you doing okay? Hope you're doing alright. I am so sorry to hear that, Faded Art. Man, that's really rough. Okay. Just gonna do this one color at a time, I think. Oh, thank you for the head pats, Naga. Thank you, thank you. Well, I'm glad to hear that you're chilling. I hope the rest of your day and your week goes a lot better. Yeah, definitely give Faded Art some good head pats too. All of the head pats, in fact, so many. Also, Faded Art, if you don't want to chat about it any further, then that's more than fair. Uh-oh, what's up? The pad is looping? Oh, yes it is, hold on. Infinite head pats. Here, let me manually switch back. There we go. Infinite head pats. They never stop. But yeah, Faded Art, I hope you're doing okay. I'm really sorry to hear that. If you don't want to talk about it any further in chat, that is more than fair. Feel free to just lurk for the last little bit of this stream. I got hurt and couldn't work, but I was in the 3-month probation period, so they just fired me since I couldn't work. Oh man! What assholes, that sucks. I'm so sorry to hear that. Well, I really hope you'll be able to get a job at a better place that treats you a lot better, because that is some nonsense. The Catboy's gonna start doing angry hisses from too much attention. Yeah, my avatar just gets like overstimulated from all the petting and just like freaks out. That'd be a funny thing to add. I wonder if there's any way that I could do that with that other VTuber program that I was told about. I need to look into that. I think after Artfight's over, when I start adding more stuff to my VTuber, I'm gonna look into that program. See what kind of fun stuff I could do with it. Just gonna focus on art comps for a bit. I think jobs suck, absolutely. They 100% do. And hey, if you can make a living with your art commissions, then even better. So good on you for doing that. I'm still really sorry that happened though. That's really unfair. Yeah, definitely take some time for yourself, take some time to focus on your art. I think that's absolutely a good decision. Okay, how much time do I have left? I have 10 minutes left. Or more like 7 or 8, because I'm gonna have to wrap it up before then and go and find someone to raid, which will be fun. I wonder if anyone that I've raided before is online right now, or if we'll get to go discover somebody new. Either way, it'll be fun. I think I'm just gonna cut this bit here, because there shouldn't be anything there, I don't think. If I look at this one, yeah, okay. Looks better with there being an empty space there. I'm okay though hanging in there, that's good, that's good. I'm glad to hear that, Faded Art. Oops, what did I select? Okay. I mean, there's legit just 2 of us here right now, that's okay. Two people sitting and watching me draw is still a pretty substantial amount of people. Let's see, let's do the middle of his torso still. Yeah, okay, I'll color this in first, then I'll go over it for the arm color. As meaning for the raid? Yeah, that's fine. I've done raids before when there's been nobody watching me. I've still raided people when it's just been me. They've always been really nice about it. I've had people raid me when it's only been, like, 1 or 2 people as well, and it's still really appreciated. I was just gonna get off Vintage Story and try to do some work for my own stream. Hell yeah, go for it. I'm excited to see you start streaming, Naga. I think it'll be really cool. Okay, is this the same color as his shirt collar? Are these the exact same? No, they're not. His shirt collar is slightly darker. Okay, I'll color in the shirt colors, and I think that's gonna have to be where I stop, so I can hopefully go and find someone to raid before the ads run. Only thing is, I may have a bit of a tone difference from me just being a chatter. That's totally fair. I'm definitely different when I'm chatting in someone's stream than when I'm talking on my own as well. Namely that I don't ramble incoherently quite as much when I'm typing out what I'm saying. I'm a lot better at formulating a train of thought so I don't just trail off when I'm typing. But no, that's totally fair. I mean, it'll be your own stream. You can do whatever you want. Because I think I want to try to be more talkative and excitable. Hell yeah. I mean, yeah, it's your stream. You can run it however you like. Go for it. I think that'll be awesome. Okay, let's blast through coloring these shoulder pads. In part because the concept I have for my VTuber places here in the world of Monster Hunter. Ooh, that's fun. Well, I cannot wait to see more of it. I'm so excited. So there's a lot more culture of Monster Hunter intertwined. That's awesome. Hell yeah. I love that. Well, I can't wait to see more stuff when you do start streaming. I'll definitely be there, hanging out in your chat. But in the meantime, I'm gonna have to hop off now. I gotta go have a little bit of food. and go get ready for the family event that I'm going to in a little bit. But thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Including having Monster Bits and Project in the background. Oh, that's so fun. I can't wait to see it. Well, thank you guys so much for hanging out today. I really appreciate it. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your night. Assuming that my arm is not dead tomorrow, I will be back tomorrow for some more art, so I hope I'll see you guys then. Have a good night, and I'm gonna go find someone to raid. Bye!